So that's not a mere statistic. That reflects centuries of systemic barriers that have obstructed wealth accumulation within the Black community. Purposefully, legally, culturally, right? So we're not making this stuff up. Now, turning our attention, next slide, please. All right. So a lot of people say, and Brady has often charged me with not just yelling and screaming, as I do often and very well, you know, but also coming up with solutions. So what are the solutions? Well, one of them is to take a look at occupational differences, differences in occupational performance of various groups within the United States of America. Because we know that long term, occupational positioning definitely has an impact on wealth. What we see here is that, this is great, I love it. If you were to address the wealth gap by using occupational differences as the key, you would only have to focus on 20 occupations. 20 occupations account for 60% of the occupationally derived wealth gap for Black people in the United States. 20 occupations, okay? So not complicated, not rocket science, we can do that. And we also know that, this is something we talked about last time. One of the other reasons to do that is because we know that with the current distribution of occupational opportunities, that the majority occupational groups, I want to be careful, that's why I hesitate. There's a lot of mediocrity here, right? There's a lot of mediocrity. We, Black people, bring a lot of talent to these occupations. Okay, just look around, just look at what's going on. Certainly, with respect to Black women, we've seen the impact that they've had in adding creativity to this across any industry that they touch. You know, so part of the deal, when you hear certain billionaires that are complaining about DE&I, what you must understand is they're afraid of your talent. They're afraid that you'll come in, you'll make more money, you will challenge. They want a monopoly position. They want to lock you out so that they don't have to worry about your talent. That's what the deal is. So, and that's what this shows. 20 occupations represent 60% of the occupational wage gap. Again, the occupational wage gap in tech alone generates a loss of $350 billion by 2030. In other words, if you were to equalize Black and white occupational representation in the tech industry, Black people would make 330 billion, 350 billion by 2030. That's a gap that exists currently. So, next slide, please. One of my favorite wealth building tactics is homeownership. Homeownership. It is a critical factor, but it remains elusive for many Black Americans. So, housing equity has increased for Black households, but Black household ownership rates still trail significantly behind white Americans. This is a clear result of racist and discriminatory practices in the housing marketplace, such as redlining. This disparity not only affects individual wealth, but perpetuates generational inequality. One of the things we talked about was, I task you all, with just taking a look at the redlining settlements from this year and from last year that have been put forward by the U.S. Department of Justice. That will show you that these racist practices are still present in the market. They haven't gone anywhere, all right? So this idea that, once again, affirmative, we don't need it anymore, DEI is bad. No. The reason they're saying that is because they're simply front. They're front of your power. So that gets to, next slide. That gets to the fallacy of a post-racial America. This is what I talked about. I talked about the gap in Black workers in the tech industry, the $350 billion. Black workers represent 12% of the U.S. workforce. They represent 8% of high a decline in GDP of $350 billion by not having fair and just employment practices in the tech sector. That's what that is. So, it's a result, it really does underscore the systemic racism that continues to affect Black Americans. The idea that America's moved beyond racism is contradicted by the facts, by the numbers, by the charts I just showed you. That's why I love those charts. So, next slide, please. Let's dive a little deeper into the cost. How are we doing on time? I'm good? Okay. Let's dig a little deeper into the cost of ignoring DEI and ignoring DEI claims. There's a lawsuit, the Fearless Fund lawsuit in Atlanta, Georgia, where a group is suing a group of Black women who have put together a venture capital fund. They're saying that they discriminate against white people, oh my goodness, oh, we're being discriminated against, so you can't do it. So they've been successful in slowing down progress with respect to investing in African American companies. And to the following two. We estimate, Creative Investment Research, William County, we estimated that the Fearless Fund lawsuit would cost the United States of America $7.15 billion. $7.15 billion in lost opportunities, lost investment, all employment, all this stuff. 7.1 from this single lawsuit. And we've seen that actually has happened. There's an article in Black Enterprise where I talked about that. Because we've already seen a reduction in venture capital funding to African American companies already. We've already seen it. So, here's the kicker. Here's the deal. This is what I want you guys to take away from my talk. The reason why these guys are suing Black women is, number one, because they can't get away with it. They underestimate your strength. We know. Brother, we know how strong you are, right? These guys don't. They're caught up in that racist mindset that says that you're weak, all right? The other thing is, here's the kicker. They're doing this to make money. The white guys are doing this to make money. The guys who are suing the Fearless Fund, it's not about justice, it's not about equity, it's about making money. Now, how do we know that? We know that because the University of North Carolina just paid these guys $4.8 million. Harvard University settled with these guys for about the same amount, probably about $5 million. So that's roughly $10 million that they've already made. Our estimate is that this anti-Black, anti-DEI group will make $32 million by the time everything is said and done. So they're costing the U.S. $7.15 billion, and they themselves, these greedy white guys, they are going to make $32 million. They've already made $10 million, so you know I'm not making this up, okay? So it's about money. And that's the messaging that, I'm here to say. It's not about justice or equality or conscience. No. It's about the money. As it always has been with these white guys. They're doing exactly the same thing that the people who used to sell slaves did. They're just into this for the money. So we should keep that in mind. We should keep that in mind. We should keep this in mind. So, next slide, please. All right. So, well, Bill, what's the bottom line? So here's the bottom line. This is controversial. Black people should stop focusing on wealth and money. I know I'm at a conference where I'm talking about black wealth. I know that. I just gave it one second. It's the wrong focus. It will not work. Why won't it work? It won't work because a materialistic focus will never work in a society that does everything it can to deny material comfort to black people as a way to maximize white wealth. I hope I just showed you how that works. I just showed you how that works. The Fearless Fund lawsuit, $32 million for the people who are filing these bogus lawsuits, right? Costing the U.S. $7.15 billion. They do everything they can to maximize white wealth at your expense. This is the only positive thing. The only positive takeaway is they target black women because of your extreme productivity. The fact that you actually are key to generating levels of wealth. But, so I say, a hostile environment. We've done that for 400 years. We're experts at it. Nobody does it the way we do. So focus on that. And so remember the 1930s, 1940s, black people moving up from the South to Chicago, D.C., We made a way. We made a way. Through community. Through community. All of the things. Part of the problem that we have is that by focusing on this money side, the opposite of the materialistic focus takes away from community. Because, hey, I'm going to get mine, I'm going to give me mine, No. We've seen the impact of that. It does not work. So let's not do that. Let's focus on life maximization within a hostile environment. And that means focusing on community. That's why groups like SCL and the storied history. Once again, I'm not making this up. Just look at the performance historically of the group. That's why that's so important. That's why that has been, that's one of the reasons why groups like SCLC and others have been diminished over the course of the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, that sort of thing, because of the power of these types of entities. So, let me close by saying, let's embark on this journey toward equity and justice, armed with the knowledge that our collective efforts can and will make a difference. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for your commitment to this vital cause.
Cameron, everything good? All right.
Are we live on the channel yet? Excuse me. Are we live on your channel yet?
You've been live. Yeah.
Why am I not seeing it? Help me out.
You've been live. Yep.
Show me what to do. Yes, I am. I'm just getting this live connection.
It's delayed, so there's the live right now. You're just finishing up.
What do I need to click on my screen?
Let's go live. Let's refresh.
Sets up like a new paddle.
Isn't that strange?
Still watching on live too. I can just close that.
That's okay. It's right here.
Thank you.
Can you share that link with me then?
Okay.
Just hit share.
Very much appreciate it.
And then text it to me. 305.
Real estate. Yep. Real estate. Hi, how are you?
No, one of my other mortgage factors is like you're saying, like on the side of it, like all these developments, right?
Yep.
And telling us
What can I do?
305? Nope, 305. 3, it is 4. It's okay. 305 873 3332.
I feel like you're getting rid of me.
Yes.
And nobody says hi to me. And I'm like, no, hello. Because it's
Or
fresh out.
if you send it to Brady,
Like, no.
I don't know. Because Brady, to me, do you mind using your to record this?
Let me hang on just a second.
Okay,
I gotta
thank
get
you.
another visual up here real quick.
Right.
Okay.
We can't see the
the Black experience in cannabis, which was the first plenary session on cannabis in the 2018 Congressional Black Caucus. And from there, we produced over 50 events focusing around education in cannabis. However, today is not about me. I am so excited to bring together some wonderful, just not as people, but experts in what they do, and in terms of making way for other people and education around policy, change, diversity, equity, inclusion, and of course the knowledge from every part of the marijuana to cannabis industry. So with this, I will give each speaker just to briefly introduce yourself, because please follow them, take a picture, follow them on LinkedIn, get their contact, and you can engage with them and read about them on a deeper level. But the panel today is not just to talk about, and I do this and I do that, but to actually get into the grit of what the focus is for this particular panel, which is around the issues of past failures, future opportunities, and developing effective cannabis policy for change. So this is about cannabis and policy. So I'll start with Ms. Shanita.
Good morning, everyone. Shanita Penny. Brief introduction is that I am a justice-impacted individual who got into the cannabis space to ensure that people that look like me have access to this medicine if they choose, that their records are expunged, their lives are made whole as we legalize cannabis throughout this country. And for those of us that do want to explore this industry as an economic opportunity, that access is available to us as well. I led the Minority Cannabis Business Association for 3 years, where we impacted social equity policy throughout the country. We have a lot of course correction to do, and I think we're going to get into that today.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tahir Johnson. I am the CEO of Simply Pure Trenton. We're an adult use cannabis company in Trenton, New Jersey. Currently with a dispensary about to open and a recent cultivation license. Following in this lady's footsteps, I'm the current president of the Minority Cannabis Business Association. I came from a background in finance. Really, when I saw the opportunity for there are people needing to be involved in this multi-billion-dollar industry to be able to create wealth. And so I've been working as an advocate and now a business owner to further those goals.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Christian Soltis. I am a competition antitrust counsel by trade. I currently advise Mondelez International on competition and commercial issues in North America as a senior counsel and director. Prior to that, I spent almost a decade working in a private law firm, counseling clients and litigating high-stakes cases in antitrust, especially nascent industries such as cannabis and payments issues. Ecstatic to be here. I think the lens that I'm going to provide and where I focus on is on the economics of this, specifically the competitive choices that we make when we formulate policy by state and also federally, and also kind of look at the competitive dynamics of what is occurring in various states based on how they've rolled out cannabis policy. Nowhere is this closer to my heart than in New York, which is an excellent case study and kind of lessons that can be learned. New York was a state that really focused on social equity issues as a way to actually increase competition and to ensure that benefits of this huge industry, trillion-dollar industry over the next few years, actually inures back to the people that were discriminated against 100 years now, I guess, if you're doing the math. And so just simple economics when you're thinking of looking at the graph that was up there earlier, unless you take social equity issues and make it a priority as you're formulating your policy and revisiting that policy once it's already in practice, because you're not going to do it the first time. But you have to make sure that social equity is prioritized, otherwise the economic fruits of this industry is going to inure back to the incumbents. It's that blue, the big blue chunk there. Without some external force acting upon it, it cannot possibly just correct itself. It's an economic thing. So that's what I really focus on. And I'm sure it resonates with everyone here who's dealt with these actual competitive shortfalls. Whether it's access to capital, whether it's competing against the black market, whether it's making sure that supply is equaling the demand in terms of what you purchase, and if not, like how much can you kind of rest on the capital that you're working with when you don't have access to constant energy, 100% of the industry to us. So, looking forward to it.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarita Wright. I'm the fractional chief marketing officer for Maker House. Maker House has a portfolio of cannabis brands that are sold throughout licensed retailers in California. I also served as a marketing consultant. Prior to my work, I worked with Black Enterprise, building up their social media platforms. Some of you have probably seen at many a conference over the years. And I got into cannabis for media representation and how we are perceived in the media, as well as the stories that we are telling and the narratives that are being pushed toward Black and brown people respectively in media. So that's the lens that I operate out of. It is very, very important to what Chris just said about getting, folding in our social equity and social justice in the beginning. Often we are building the plane while we're flying it, and trying to come back and course correct a lot of things has been a really hard hurdle, but we continue to press on. So I'm really glad to see all of your faces, and I'm looking forward to this discussion.
This is exciting for us to be together because it's been some time, probably since before the pandemic. Yeah. So I'm going to just dive right in. Some of the style of this panel, I will ask some questions direct, and then I will ask some questions where you feel like you have answered and like I'll address that. And also because we want to stay within our time frame, just not to go off on a tangent so far where we can't get to all other good questions. So I'm going to start off with a question, and I'm going to start with Ms. Shanita Penny. What are some notable failures or shortcomings in past cannabis policies, and how have they impacted individuals and communities?
I think everybody's familiar with the fact that we are legalizing cannabis at the state level throughout this country, and that is still illegal at the federal level. That is the biggest challenge that we have today. For everything that we're getting right in the states, we don't have the support of the federal government. For everything that we are getting wrong at the state and local level, we don't have support and resources from the federal government. We also have a Congress that's made up of folks who are ideologically opposed to this, and their constituents are in need of them supporting these industries that employ 500,000 people today. And we're expected to see that number continue to grow, especially in 2024, according to the data that's been reported. So right now, what we've done well at the state level is actually say we're not going to wait on the federal government. We're going to figure out what it is that our communities need, what our regulated businesses need, and we are going to push forward. We have great examples from the state that we need to make sure that our lawmakers in DC know about. The biggest issue that I have with the way we have approached this is that we have not put people first. Regardless of whether we have a regulatory framework in place, we can make people whole that were impacted by the criminalization of cannabis. And that to me is the biggest shortcoming of all.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to get in on that? Okay.
I would.
Good, because I was going to ask you a question next, so go ahead.
Perfect. Maybe I'll answer. No, I think that's absolutely right, and the biggest issue is the lack of action on the federal level. And I agree that, you can't just wait. You still have to have these conversations on a state-by-state basis, learn from what other states have done, and keep moving forward, especially on the social equity front, see what other states have done right and wrong. But the access to or a change at the federal level is going to be the big thing that allows cost of capital to go down for people in the industry. They'd be treated the same way as anybody else, any other business from a tax basis, which is not happening right now, which is crazy and putting a lot of people under. Just really quickly on the state perspective, it's really, really also difficult because New York, had very good intention from a social equity perspective about making sure that, for example, 40% of revenue has to go to communities that were disproportionately impacted historically. And then it's also, there's several other things, but there was a first tranche of applicants in New York, and it was only open to people who have had negative experiences and have been impacted legally by the justice system. And that was something that we applauded. I think all of us really, really loved it. And then what happened is a lot of people who got that, winning lottery ticket and got a license and started investing, taking out loans and doing all the other things at very high rates because, again, cost of capital is expensive. They were left on the hook because a bunch of lawsuits got filed to combat the social equity perspective under the guise of discrimination. Discriminating against the big blue chunk over there. And that halted the licensing and the movement of legal cannabis. So now all the people that this was supposed to help are now stuck without product, without the ability to sell, having to pay back loans, leases, et cetera, et cetera. And it just adds. And so unless you're well-equipped and rich, it's becoming very, very difficult to actually stay on course. Meanwhile, I live in Brooklyn. There are 2,000 illegal cannabis shops, probably on my block. It is, while you want to see cannabis expand, I personally do, I want it to be done the right way. Because kind of putting people with good intention into this situation that there's no win. Like you said, building the plane while you're flying it. You want to make sure you're not actually screwing them and you want to make sure you put them on a level playing field so they can compete against an illegal market, let alone other legal industries. So that's my opinion on that.
Well, that's good because that leads into a question about diverse backgrounds, and anybody can answer this. Is how can stakeholders from diverse backgrounds and perspectives be engaged in the policymaking process to ensure that the resulting regulations are inclusive and reflective of community needs?
Yes. I think the key word that I picked up and that I definitely believe in is community. I think you have to tackle this from all sides. You need people, scientists, health educators, law enforcement, advocates. Everyone really does need to be at this table having these discussions. People who have had medical experiences or really use cannabis for very specific reasons. People who just use it recreationally to decompress. You need all of these people at the table having this conversation because it impacts our lives in so many different ways, whether you engage with the plant or whether you don't. And I think what tends to happen, or at least with my experience when I was also in Brooklyn, we tend to be, in these rooms very early on, and then somehow, some way, things get lost in translation, and all of these great ideas that we had on the forefront, they seem to get kind of lost. And I've seen people like Shamita go even deeper and dive further into these spaces, and that's the other thing. How can we really be a part of it? And it's about coming out to these events
It's also about getting more actual awareness out, so that people know that these things are happening in their community and that their voice can actually be heard. But you have to have diverse communities, period, for this conversation to really take root and be intentional about it.
Thank you very much. To hear, what are the potential economic opportunities associated with cannabis legalization, and how can policy be crafted to maximize these benefits while mitigating potential risks? And elaborate on what are those risks. And I'm asking you this because you are an owner in the space.
Yeah. So for one, I think when we look at the economic opportunity, cannabis was an industry in the United States that made, I believe it was like almost 30 billion last year. So when you look at, and African Americans have less than 2% ownership. So when you look at, on the other side of that, African Americans are almost 4 times as likely to be arrested for cannabis. The fact that we don't have a part of this industry doesn't make any sense. Why is that? Because of all the challenges that a lot of my peers have talked about, right? The fact that this is federally illegal means that there's no access to loans, there's no access to small business programs, there's no access to any types of support. And many times you're looking at a highly competitive industry where there's limited licenses, limited opportunities, and you're competing against multi-state, well-funded, publicly traded companies. So it's a David and Goliath scenario that makes it extremely difficult. And like you said, you do have to be well-funded to compete and be able to play the game. And where we look at the challenges, I love the presentation before us because he talked about, for one, just the wealth gap that already exists, right? So if you imagine a business, so far for me to open my dispensary, it's costed me, between the real estate and the business, almost $3 million. So when you look at being able to do that without being able to get a loan, access to capital, all those types of things, how do you do it? Especially when we already have limited access to venture capital, private equity, no personal wealth, it's an extreme challenge. I think one of the other things when you look at, we heard about New York, right, New Jersey, a lot of these states have had, good intentions to try to have people get into the business. But,
New Jersey, for example, we had our recreational market opened up in April 2022, and those companies that transitioned over were those companies that had the medical licenses first. And here we are 2 years in. At the last meeting, a question was asked, like, how many black-owned businesses are actually open in New Jersey? And they couldn't give a straight answer, right? Like, and now they're saying the industry is going to make $1 billion in New Jersey in 2024, right? And so I think some of the other things I found is that the barriers that we typically talk and know about, of course, the cost of the license, but again, also, there's different challenges in real estate acquisition, real estate development, all those things that just compact the greater problem. So one of the greatest things that we can do is, be educated. I love what Sarita said before about how we have to, for one, I think when we look at the wealth opportunity, how do we harness black wealth to even take advantage of this opportunity, right? This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Cannabis is going to get legalized one time. As a matter of fact, when it comes through your state, it's going to, like that, the opportunity, that first mover advantage to build that wealth, to take advantage of that is going to happen one time. So I think that as black folks, we have an opportunity to mobilize to go after it, but I also understand the stigma that's been there with it as well, right? Like, I've personally been arrested for cannabis myself 3 times. But was still able to make it in finance. So even when I was working at Morgan Stanley and I saw cannabis become legalized, it was the last thing on my mind because I'm the only one of my family to go to college, do all this stuff, and made it hard to get into finance. So I understand, I even understand the hesitancy from a lot of our people to get into it, but we need the people with the smartest minds in media to come, like Sarita, to be a part of it. We need the smartest minds in policy, like Shanita, to be in it. We need people from finance and business and media and marketing and every technology, like every lane, even if it's not just traditional plant touching, because that's the other opportunity, right? Because where we have these challenges with the plant touching businesses, if you're doing ancillary businesses, you don't have those same challenges for funding, fundraising, and there's an opportunity to build a business there. So I think that those are some of the ways that we can get involved as well.
That's a profound answer, and there's so many things to pull from that. When we, look at the overall title of this panel about past failures, Shanita, I want to ask you, how might federal legalization of cannabis impact existing state-level cannabis programs and regulations, and what challenges might arise in harmonizing federal and state laws?
Well, right now, the patchwork of state laws it's a situation that is not sustainable. What we need from a federal framework and federal legalization is to allow the states to do what they need to do in their states. So where you've had a state legalize cannabis and, create an industry and also give back, the first state that comes to mind for me is Illinois. So I think about the fact that they wrote into the law that a third of the tax revenue will go back into communities. And every single year, I see those grant opportunities come up, and I see community organizations that we all know, love, depend on, have worked on, built, taking advantage of those tax dollars to do the work that we need done in our community. What we don't want to see from federal policy is to undo what is working. What we want to do is be treated like every other industry and every other company. We want to be able to have bankruptcy protection in the event that things don't work out. Not being great at business should not put you in the poorhouse. And we have those protections for every other entrepreneur and business entity that exists today, except cannabis. And so when I think about some of the federal policy that's been put forth, and I'll go all the way back to the MORE Act, right? And then we had the CAOA introduced a few years ago. Those were, comprehensive bills that didn't have a regulatory framework in place to truly protect the industry. And I'm not just talking about protecting businesses. I'm also talking about protecting communities. There's no way that we can trust the cannabis products that are available to most people today because there's not oversight from the federal government to make sure that what the states are allowing are safe products. There's no federal age gating, right? States are doing a pretty good job of it. You go to these websites, you go into these dispensaries, you're asked for ID. So we're keeping these regulated products out of the hands of youth, but we need to go a step further and ensure that where you have 2,000 unregulated businesses, that they are not the first option for patients and consumers in this country. Most recently we saw the States Act introduced. We saw it introduced by a Republican, and so a lot of people turn their nose up. Oh, we don't want that. There are no social equity provisions, and I'm not going to pretend that there are. But what exists is a framework that allows us to lean on the Small Business Administration, which is something that we should be doing to support small, minority, and social equity operators in every state. Right now, we don't have a real mechanism in place to hold accountable companies that say, oh, we're gonna hire diverse talent, we're gonna give back to our community, we're gonna do the right things. We don't have a mechanism in place. We can't enforce the laws in New York right now, right? We don't have the support and resources afforded to any other industry, and I think it's time for us to stop looking at who's introducing legislation and really dig into what it is. Don't be so quick to say, oh, that didn't come from the person I like. Get involved anyway and be in that room telling them why this policy doesn't go far enough, or why it intentionally harms a community that they may or may not have said that they want to repair and make whole again. So when I think about what influences my policy advocacy, it is me being justice impacted. It's having navigated the Pennsylvania market with no social equity program, with a handful of those folks that have that big blue part of the chart that we saw earlier. So I was able to see what it took for the most equipped
well-funded, resourced, politically connected folks to make it go in this industry. And to then sell that business so that I would have capital available to me for the next iteration of investment or founding a company. So it's important that when we think about what federal policy looks like, again, we are looking to support what's working well, and we're looking for resources and a way to fix what's not working well. But we couldn't be here today if it weren't for folks like some of you sitting in this room and certainly sitting here, taking a chance and saying, hey, I don't know where we're going, but we're going, and we'll fix it when we get there.
Very, very true. In light of the 2024 as being an election year, some of the things that Biden's administration said in the beginning and where we are now. Christian, what are the potential implications of the Biden administration's stance on cannabis legalization, particularly in light of conflicting state and federal laws?
Sure, and I'll just let everyone know that after I answer this, I'll politely excuse myself since I have to leave. But you know, I think very quickly it's, as we all know, politicians make promises and don't deliver on them. But I think it's also a little deeper than that, because there is bipartisan support, more or less, for legalization on a federal level, and even beyond, you know, taking it back from that, for certain changes in scheduling. For example, Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 is another option. Certainly with the SAFER Act, which is, you know, doesn't solve everything, and it doesn't really have social equity teeth, but at least it allows those who need it the most to get capital at a competitive rate. That said, I think the biggest hurdle is that it's just not a priority for a lot of people in Congress. So when you have a kind of like a, you know, even if we agree, we're not going to agree because of the optics and it's an election year and we're just not going to come together. Or even if we do come together, what we've seen is, even if it's bipartisan, you know, the leaders of the party will shut it down or refuse to let it go to a vote or whatever it is. I think that's the biggest issue right now, is just not coming to an agreement, even though we agree. And, you know, the SAFER Act, you know, it doesn't solve everything, but it is a big step forward that'll help a lot of people, and it's not mutually exclusive with social equity issues either. So it's you know, it's tough to come to full agreement, especially when it's not a priority. I think lobbying, advocacy has to happen, and it has to happen on a pretty consistent, publicized basis. Right, I think the saying is, dripping water hollows out stone, not through force, but through persistence, and that's very true. You know, you're not going to win these big battles, but, you know, every single day that you're on the Hill, every single day that you're networking with each other, and from friends, I've heard that actually was going great before COVID, and COVID had a chilling effect on a lot of networking, and all of a sudden you have different organizations, pro-cannabis, pro-legalization organizations that aren't necessarily on the same page, which makes lobbying so difficult, especially when you don't have the money. And so I think those are some kind of practical ways to go through, but, you know, community, it's stick together. Something happens and you need access to funds. There should be a Black-sponsored fund that can help people who are kind of in that situation, so that, again, those who suffer from kind of building the plane as you're flying it, still have a chance to compete from a level playing field.
Thank you very much, Christian. Thank you for your time with us.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I joined this last year and was very excited to do so. And I realize that it's caused a lot of conversations coming out of it too, not just at the summit. And I think the same thing will happen this year. So thank you.
Thank you. Sarita, I would like to ask you a question because of your plethora of knowledge in media. One of the important, I guess, core things in communication is we get the word out through media. And of course, there's many media outlets, but how things are perceived, how it is being delivered, who are the audiences, and what are their perceptions and information and education that they're coming to the table with. Let me ask you, so many things I can ask you. How do media representations of cannabis intersect with broader conversations about race, class, and social justice?
That's deep. That is a deep question. Cannabis has been a part of my lifestyle. For many of you, may just be a part of your lifestyle. And so that alone, just when you know about the different ways that you can use the plant, things that you can make from the plant, it opens up so many possibilities and so many intersections start really showing up. And that's really how I think about storytelling. And that's how I think about when I look at TV shows. Shanita and I were talking earlier. She had brought up the Cosby Show episode with the joint in the book. I was talking about watching the Kardashians, my guilty pleasure, and Chris is in Palm Springs buying CBD. Kim's having a baby shower, and they're gonna have a sound bath in CBD. And even now with psychedelics, you see all of these very happy stories of mostly white women just out enjoying living their lives with what for us was just war on drugs and those drugs, and so that's one thing that I look at. Who's telling these stories? Why don't we have beat reporters at every major newspaper? I mean, I was at Black Enterprise talking about this since 2015, 16. Where are the people who are just in the local communities telling the local stories? Because there's a local community story everywhere about this plant. There are fun and entertaining stories because, I mean, I can't lie and say that I have never gotten high and just had the time of my life, watching a movie, right? Or enjoying a delicious meal when that edible hits and I'm like, oh my God, is it just me? Or I think this pasta is just fantastic. But this is just everyday life. So these are so many different ways that we can share the stories, but again, who has the access to the capital to share these stories? Who gets the opportunities to share these stories when these stories are being produced and thought of, whether it's an editorial piece or a piece of content that's shared on social media for a brand? Is it inclusive? Because everybody uses this plant. And you want everyone to, use your products, withstanding certain things, right? And so I think about it from so many different lenses because it intersects just in my life period. I think about, the war on drugs and the frying pan with the eggs and this is your brain and, the billions of dollars that was sent to reinforce this message. And then I realized, I was like, well, what drugs were they really talking about? Was it just all of them? Because it was just, that's it. There was no other context around it, but that's what stuck with so many of us. Yeah. That's what stuck with so many of us. And so when we think about media and even policy, how does that relate to the policy around what we can air, the stories that we can tell? What about really impactful educational awareness campaigns? Also campaigns that are just focused on compliance so that people understand what is actually happening with cultivation or distribution. Also campaigns that just empower the community so that they can make informed decisions. It hits us in so many areas and I don't think that we really consider it. We often think about, Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa, Redman and Method Man. I think about a few episodes of Insecure that I've seen. And some of those episodes were triggering, like, the one where they were like out at the Coachella or something, and it was like, we just doing all these drugs. It's just absolute pandemonium. That's not everybody's life. That, some people have that experience, but what was the message that was sending? at the end of the day. And so you also want to think about that when you are in, say, a writer's room, or you want to include cannabis content in some way. Maybe we should get an advocate in here or someone from the community that can help to tell this story, or even thinking about product placement, because you see that as well. You know, you see a Pepsi can, you see certain brands. How do we make sure that that is inclusive and small craft brands are involved in these conversations and in that room? Well, if you don't have, you know, diverse hiring at some of these top companies, these big marketing agencies, you won't have that. If we don't have the support, you know, people won't know. Well, let's go see if we can post up into his dispensary and shoot a scene. These are the things that we should be thinking about. And again, this plant intersects everywhere in our lives. You can eat with it, you can rub it on you, you don't have to get high, you can get high, you can make a car, you can build a house. I mean, I've just been blown away at all of the things that you can do with this plant. It is absolutely, you know,
No limit.
There's no limit. And so thinking about that, think about the ways that we can tell more stories, but also making sure that we are educating people at a higher level, because we have a lot of things that we need to undo.
Yeah, the work, as when we were talking before we started, you know, we got just kind of like went into other lanes or a little discouraged, but the work is ongoing. And I mean, this question I was thinking about.
Before you go
ahead. Absolutely.
I just want to say one thing to tie it back to policy. The face of cannabis policy reform has changed over the years. In California, the face of cannabis legalization, marijuana reform were AIDS patients, right? The HIV/AIDS epidemic was running rampant, and California led this country in saying, hey, there is something here that helps these folks. Unfortunately, at the time, all we knew were that it would comfort you in your last days, that it might help you if you don't have an appetite. But what we know now, because again, that phase changed, and now we were looking at pediatric the seizure patients. Yeah. Epilepsy. Thank you. And that is what got people going across this country and saying, oh, we got to do something about this. You had the governor of Georgia, who still has one of the most limited cannabis programs in the country, willing to go across state lines to get medication to bring back to these pediatric patients. But let me tell you something, they didn't look like our kids. No. Okay, so now you've got Congresswoman Barbara Lee, one of my favorite champions for cannabis, who talks about her mother having knee replacement and this cream being a lifesaver. And she is in various rooms talking about cannabis policy reform with a very personal story. So the storytelling is important, but I think that there has to be the additional context. One of the most important things that we need the media to help get out is the fact that cannabis is still federally illegal.
Yes. Yep.
You change laws in a state and people go crazy. They're smoking here, they're buying from it, they don't know what's going on. Yeah. And so while it's great that we look good and we're placing our products, we need to be using this in a productive way. I don't care about you getting high. I don't care about you having a good time. What I care about is that you understand the position that you might be putting yourself in, thinking that you're doing something that is legal, thinking that you have access to a legal product and it's never been tested. You don't know where you're getting it from. So that's where I want us to evolve as it relates to it being more normalized right now. Because we are normalizing it, but there are still people being left behind and miseducated.
That was really, really deep. Now you are making me dig for.
Well, I'm cooking now.
I have a reform section. I have an equity section. I have a media section. We do have about 10 to 12 minutes left. I do want to ask to hear, and everybody, you know, we can all get in, but again, because you're in the ownership space, what role can cannabis revenue allocation play in addressing social and economic disparities, such as funding education, job training, and community development programs? Now, I'm saying this because I know that, and we said this before we got up here, the glamorization around thinking that people who own a dispensary are super, super rich. Yeah. And then, but especially for people of black people, not people of color, black people. But if you're looking at white people who have the resources and they have the $1 million investment and they can, go the full gamut with this, they play the social equity game.
Yeah.
And then in different states, well, they'll get a license and they'll do a little bit, then they'll sell it, so they don't have to do the social equity piece. There's so many little things. But for you in this space, how do you see your social corporate responsibility at some point? What are you going to invest in, and how are you? I know you will, but how is that going to look?
Yeah, for sure. So I'll start, thank you for that. I'd love to talk about what I'm doing around that and the policy around it. One thing, like you said, is interesting because social equity looks different in different places, right? So it's not always consistent. Right next door in Maryland, social equity was based on zip codes. And some of those zip codes, people, I don't know how they social equity, right? Or if you went to a certain college, right, you could be social equity. So some of the people that are going to get to take advantage of this, I promise you, are not our folks that you're thinking of. So I'll start with that. So I think whether you are a social equity licensee or a big company, small company, whatever, we all have a responsibility to give back, again, just because of what cannabis has done to our communities and our people this entire time. And so I think the opportunity, the economic restorative justice opportunity looks a couple different ways. One of them, like Shanita already talked about, is the tax revenue that gets made from cannabis and where it goes. In New Jersey, similar to, like she said, in Illinois, it goes back to community organizations, but it also goes to schools. It goes to one of the amazing things, like I talked about, the challenges of access to capital. They're taking that tax revenue in New Jersey. They created a grant fund. So they gave out $250,000 grants, and they just gave out another $150,000 grants, and I was able to get one. So they were able to take that tax revenue and put it back to help invest entrepreneurs, and I think that's a great thing. The other part is when you look at it just from a structural standpoint, the town where we do business also gets 2% of the tax revenue. So that money gets to go back to all the different things you could imagine in the town. Whether it's education, fixing the roads, all those types of things. One of the important points, I'll say my personal preference when you think of the tax revenue, right? Another big conversation is, should money from cannabis be going to fund the police that spend all this money locking you up? I don't think so. So again, that's another conversation where we need to be involved and be thoughtful of the conversation of where this money's going to go. Because we're talking about if they're taxing $1 billion in revenue, that's a lot of money. So it's important for us to be a part of that conversation. Now, the second half of that, as a business owner, you have an opportunity I look at this in a number of ways. For one, me getting to come back to my home and open a business, I look at the opportunity for economic empowerment in my community, and that's even starting from the bottom. Our lowest paying jobs that we have for our entry level cannabis advisors start off at $20 an hour. So when you look at what people are paying in similar roles in this industry and both outside this industry, I know that it's a lot higher. But I want to give our people, it's like, if I'm going to have it, it's the responsibility for me to give back. People deserve well-paying wages to be able to live for where they work. It starts with that. Some of the other things that we're doing is, personally, I have a partnership with the New Jersey Reentry Corporation, and not only are we hiring employees from there, but we're also giving 1% of our revenue back to them to support returning citizens, people that are coming home that need a way. Because again, when you look at our communities, how many, especially as a black man, I can't think of how many folks that I grew up with that didn't get the opportunities where I was or ended up incarcerated, and I know how tough that is. So we want to be able to support people whether it's cannabis or not. That's something that's important to me. But it could be small things, man. I was blessed to just give back to the UN recreation where I played basketball, growing up. It's small stuff like buying stuff for the score tape, just different things like that you can give back, because again, that money going back now impacting and helping my community. So there's, like I said, I think that there's a number of ways that we can be creative, whether it's partnering with organizations to give back money, whether we're talking about giving good paying jobs, whether we're talking about, supporting charitable organizations and charitable funding. I think some of the other things that's important to do is, for us as cannabis business owners, is also to support advocacy with our dollars. So when we look at these different organizations, like Shanita and I both mentioned, the Minority Cannabis Business Association. That's an organization that represents minority business owners all across the country. So how can we strengthen how can we strengthen our efforts is through donating to organizations like that. But also, for me, as a person that's socially conscious, I think it's important to look at all of our black organizations and how can I take my money to help fund that positive causes. And so, again, cooperative economics is a long-reaching theme, right? And the way that we can do that is also through collaboration with each other. When we have opportunities to build wealth together, build business together, do business together, we should also do that, because I think if we have this scarcity mindset where there's a pie. Yes, I know we don't have that big of a piece of a pie, but if you don't split it, it doesn't help us in the long run, right? Like I could say, if I might not be sitting here if it wasn't for Shanita taking me under her wing 5 years ago, right? And that impact is still ongoing. So I try to give back not only financially, but also pour into other people as we're building our other future leaders, our future business owners, and those things as well. And that's an important part of it, because we need to build and continue the cycle. But also, again, collaborating in business. My brand, Simply Pure, the dispensary that I have, it's not mine. It was founded by my good friend Wanda James. She's the first black dispensary owner in the country, and the dispensary's in Colorado. So again, I looked at it like, how could I help to expand black wealth? Not just building something with me, going and helping her to empower and build that brand, and then show that we could do it too, right? Like, we don't have to partner with them, go get their stuff, we could build something with black companies and black collaboration and be something strong and take over. And I hope that that's a model that more of us will follow.
Absolutely.
So those were kind of I try to do it. And like I said, I'm building it as I fly, so I just try to do what I think is the right thing from people I've learned and, what I think. So hopefully we can, follow those type of things.
I believe in you, and I'm excited, and I'm going to shop for it with you.
Hey,
and yes, absolutely. Yes, we have limited time left. I don't know where Keevan went, but he usually gives me a little symbol. So I'm just going to go until he does that to me. But no, I have something I want to put out there in general, because I want to leave with something positive for people to have a takeaway of feeling motivated, of feeling aware, conscious, and when they go and speak to somebody else, they have something effective to say and impactful. Having an eclectic approach, this question can go in many ways. And I would like to hear from each of you in some capacity. What are some examples of successful cannabis reform initiatives in other countries who are a lot more advanced than us? And how might these models inform efforts to reform cannabis laws in the United States and elsewhere?
Well, I mean, one place that comes to mind is Canada. I think 2018 they fully legalized, but what I think that they did really well was put into place a lot of policy that was concerned about public health, compliance, to Shanita's point, testing, accurate testing and processing, and then they did a lot of good educational awareness campaigns that, again, empowered people to go, okay, I'm comfortable with this. So that Canada, that popped out. I like Canada. I like Canada because they legalized as a country and were committed to reevaluating the federal policy. So last year they spent a good portion of the year actually assessing what's working well, what isn't, and what we can do. And they, folks that hadn't worked together before in the initial legalization effort, were now forced to work together because they only got one shot at again, assessing what was going on and then rewriting and course correcting what is their federal law around cannabis. But then I will also look at Thailand because they had some of the most death penalty associated with cannabis. And so to say, hey, this isn't the direction anymore, we need to look at this differently, I think says a lot. And then I think I'll leave it up to you for another country. and keep it.
Well, I'm not an international policy expert, but I think one of the exciting things, and that's what that's what I was about to say. That's probably the country that I'm watching the closest is seeing Ghana move to legalize cannabis, especially because my dad's talking about trying to move over there. He spent some time there last year, but I've had conversations with people there, and I'm hopeful to dive in and learn about it. Also, I'll say when you look at federally legalizing cannabis, it creates opportunities for international trade, and many companies are doing that, and that expands economic opportunities. So I think that not only federally descheduling or legalizing cannabis here is the opportunity to stop locking people up and it be federally legal, but it unlocks international trade opportunities as well.
Absolutely, because Canada and Jamaica are doing it. So I want to say thank you from just every part of me. I'm thankful and I'm glad and I'm happy to see you. Thank you, Kevin and Brady, for allowing us to have this panel. We're going to close this out. At some point, I'm sure Kevin will allow for some Q&A. If you guys are hanging around or at the networking mixer this evening, you guys can engage and then also follow them on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's lunchtime. We've got food. Please get plates. We have two lunchtime speakers, Dr. Charles Steele from the SCLC and James Williams from American Cancer Network. So, Dr. Steele, so get your food because it's going to be, he blows your ears off when he gets in here. So I told him he had 5 minutes. That means he'll speak for 15. And but please go get your food and get ready. And Dr. Steele, come on up.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin just mentioned to me as I walked in, he wanted me to say a few things. And I'm kind of different from the average person that would be speaking. How you doing?
Take my name down. Everybody should know you. Good to see you, darling.
I enjoyed you. Great panel discussion. I'm just leaving Selma, Alabama. And it was quite interesting working with Senator Hank Sanders and Fire Rose and SCLC annually leads that march. We had 75 to 100,000 people. That was really a motivating factor for me. But I'm a little different. I like to talk about the other America. And the other America happened to be black folks. And in Selma, I said Negroes. Because we must know our history. I was called colored, Negro, black, now African American, and some other names that I can't say here today. But we have forgotten from which we have come. And I'm in Dr. King's position. I've been here in this position for almost 20 years. Long time. Second longest president of SCLC. Dr. Joe Zalari served 21 years. But what is the problem with the other America? Why do we have the other America? It's because of racism. Hello? And people are afraid to call it what it is. Get these positions and we drink a cup of coffee and be around certain folks, socialites, and we forget from who we are and where we come from. It's a disease I call amnesia, selective amnesia. I'm from the bottom, didn't take a bath until on Saturday night, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. How can I forget that? No indoor toilet. We had a slop job. How many folks know? You need to tell those stories. Young folks don't know about that. They catch a black man out after dark. They castrated him. My grandmama taught me, don't look at a white woman face to face, because they will lynch you the next night. Emmett Till was lynched, was tortured, but you don't know the story. Emmett was killed because of two reasons: jealousy and a piece of candy. Woo! From his cousin, Maurice. And the Caucasian lady said, Emmett, later years, because white folks was catching hell, white women were catching hell too. From the white man. She was afraid to tell the truth. But his cousin told a lie so he could get some candy. What are you talking about, Steve? And there were two blacks that held Emmett down while he was being tortured. And we still got some black folks holding blacks down. Come on, talk to me. How you gonna solve the problem if you don't tell the truth? Racism has nothing to do with the pigmentation of your skin. There are some black folks who's also racist. Deal with that with the other folks who got the power, the money, and the control. Only thing they care about, therefore, and no more. I know Kevin ain't gonna invite me back no more. I know he can, but I'm gonna tell it the next 2 minutes. Woo! Come on now. Somebody help me. I was in Pittsburgh last week. Brady, I looked for you. I don't see Brady. First time I've spoken all over the world. First time I ever spoke in Pittsburgh. And I said, I'm gonna just be talking to myself. They were so fired up. I think I could have led them at 9 o'clock at night in a march. You know why? Because I was telling them the truth. Dr. King said the 3 ills in society, and we always talk about Dr. King. Let me tell you about Dr. King. One of the most courageous persons you ever want to know of me. And I'm very close to the King family. Good family. They've been through something. He said the 3 ills in society are racism, poverty, and militaristic. The military. Dr. Josephine Morton, so good to see you. From Maryland, our SCLC president. Racism, poverty, and the military. Dr. King also said, let me tell you this, he was killed for 2 reasons. His opposition to the Vietnam War, and number 2, the Poor People Campaign. That's why it was killed, because he said black folks got to have some economics. This system does not want you to have no economics. Do you know it's a crime now to be poor? They put you in jail for being poor. Because the system was created through the transatlantic African slave trade. Black folks came out of slavery, and you still enslaved economically. You can't get no loan from no bank. My wife got good credit. I didn't say I did. My wife got good credit. Can't go talk to a manager of a bank administrator at a bank, they turning you over to who? An underwriter. Somebody you'll never have a relationship with. And they deny you and deny you and deny you because they don't want African Americans, people of color, to have economics. What was out in the West Coast, 1862? The Homestead Act. It was a Homestead Act for everybody but black folks. They gave them the land. And what did they do with the Indians? This is America. America, you are guilty. I'm not afraid to say that I'm still here. I say it all over the world. I was in Jerusalem, for finish. I was in Jerusalem in August. Latter part of July, 1st of August. And y'all don't know this. We had an office in Bethlehem as well. I've been going back and forth for many years, training people. The Palestinians one day, then I go across the street to the state of Israel on the Kenyan philosophy, peace and nonviolence. But let me tell you how Hamas came in with the gliders. You're not going to see this on the CNN news channel or any other network. Israel was getting ready to have a civil war. I was there. On the Jericho Road, I told my wife, we got to get out of here. Something is getting ready to happen. They were getting ready to have a civil war. The Orthodox Jews told Netanyahu, last point, told Netanyahu, if you don't pass a bill, and my wife was invited by the First Lady of Israel. We was on our way to the Knesset. That's their parliament. And Netanyahu was going to introduce her because they were doing a tour of women in the Bible. And my wife is in Coretta Scott King position. And of course, you know I went too, because I'm in Dr. King's position. So as we approached the Knesset, we got a phone call on the van we was on. Said, don't come to the Knesset because y'all the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Your life probably be in jeopardy. What were they fighting over still? They were fighting over the name Jesus Christ. Can I keep going? Brady, just 2 minutes. I promise you and Keith. But y'all need to know this. They were fighting over the name Jesus Christ. And we take it so acceptable. Call on the Lord when we get into, Lord, help us, Jesus, get me out of this mess. People would kill you over that name in other places. What am I saying? The gliders, the paragliders came in. Now, Israel has the best technology in the world. A lot of folks don't know that. A lot of the technology you use today comes out of Israel. Why they didn't detect the gliders that was coming in? They should have. They stopped all the other attacks that's coming into Israel by air and whatever, even through custom. Why they didn't do it this time? Because the enemy knew they were fighting among themselves. I'm no Palestinian, and I knew that. I told my wife before it happened, this is an excellent opportunity for them to come in and destroy Israel. Why are you telling that story still? The reason the enemy is taking everything away from black folks because we fighting each other. You done lost the 1965 Voter Rights Act, and most Negroes don't know it. It was gutted 10 and a half years ago. June the 25th, 2013, who was president? Somebody said Lyndon Baines Johnson. I said, oh my Lord. You don't know nothing about your history. I ain't gonna tell you. Figure it out yourself. Why did I mention that? The Emancipation Proclamation came about, and you didn't learn this in school because they didn't tell you. Came about because of executive order. They hid that, and they didn't explain what executive order is. A lot of us still don't understand. Abraham Lincoln did it through executive order. A lot of President Biden can do it today through executive order. I would like to go Larry, I'm finished. We got two major parties. One take us for granted, and the other one just take us. Thank you so much.
Well, I can't say anything after that, but I will say in the time that Dr. Steele started speaking till this moment, a federal judge in Texas just said that the Minority Business Development Agency had to open itself up to everyone so it can no longer be focused on minorities. So that's one more thing. The Minority Business Development Agency that focuses on helping minority small businesses can no longer focus only on that. It has to open itself up to everybody. So it's no longer a minority agency.
Racism.
All over. So it means basically means it has no reason to exist, right? I mean, basically that agency no longer has a reason to exist. So the SALT that what we're talking about is a real deal. It's active, it's ongoing, and it's moving at a lightning pace, the changes that we're facing. So James Williams is going to come and speak. James, I've known him for many years. He's an old-time Hill staffer, super policy expert, super political expert, and we're lucky to have him. So thanks, James. Come on.
Thank you. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me. I have to say, so back in, I think it was Doctor, it was about 1963, the Rolling Stones was about to come on board and perform, and, they got intimidated. They were scared because they were following James Brown. And James Brown put on such a performance, they said, you know what, we're going to go somewhere else. We're not following James Brown. I'm scared to follow the doctor. What knowledge did he drop today? Doctor, thank you so much for what you've been able to do today. I'm James Williams, Jr. I'm Director of Federal Affairs for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. The American Cancer Society is the organization I'm sure you're familiar with, doing all the research. They were about cancer. They were founded in 1913. The American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network is about 22 years old, and we are the nonprofit advocacy arm of the American Cancer Society. We seek public evidence-based public policy solutions to lower the burden of cancer for everyone. And what I have left here are a couple of books. One, I've left the book, is called The Cancer Facts and Figures for African Americans, Black People, an op-ed on big tobacco and how they market products to African Americans, and also prostate cancer and black men. And I won't be up here that long because, I know that everybody's trying to eat and have a good time and talk to others, but I just want to leave a few points here. Cancer is the #2 killer of African Americans in the United States today. And the reason why that is pretty much threefold. And some of those reasons, we know are collectively Black people have the highest death rates and shorter survival rates of any racial ethnic group. Even though breast cancer in women is going down overall, the death rate for Black women is 3 times that of white women. And it's due to a lot of different reasons, some of which we go in. And so the 3 reasons, Doctor, reason number 1 why there's such a cancer disparity, I could just say, Doctor, why is it? 1 is structural racism. That's a real thing. It's a real fact, and that's the number 1 reason. The second are the socioeconomic status of African Americans, and number 3 is access to care. So what are we doing at the American Cancer Society to address those issues? Number 1, I will say that we support events like this from Kevin Kimball. Kevin and I go back, it's been a while. I'll say in my case it was 40 pounds and an afro ago. So that's how long ago Kevin and I have known each other. And so he talks about me, he's a policy expert, he's a chief of staff like I was in many aspects as well. In my 20-year career, I was, in one of my years, I was chief of staff to Congressman from Atlanta, Georgia, John Lewis, and I got a chance to really understand and learn at the feet of the master on all the different ways in which health affects all of us. And I want to go into 3 areas that that the American Cancer Society is aggressively dealing to deal with that health care disparity among African Americans and other individuals. Number 1 is prostate cancer. I'm a 2-time survivor of prostate cancer. I'm 64. I know I don't look it, but when I was 39, I was diagnosed with prostate cancer. And why did I do that? Because I was smart enough to listen to my late wife, who said, I know you're 39, but go get screened. If it's nothing, don't worry about it. In 1999, it was okay if you're 55 or up, get screened. You know what? They're giving it to you for free in the house. Go ahead and get screened. Well, I ended up having prostate cancer, and for the first test you take is what's called a prostate-specific antigen test, which is a blood draw, and it gives you a number. And it could be because your prostate is infected, it's enlarged or something. But in my case, my doctor said, in my case, the first doctor I had, who was not an African American, said, don't worry about it, I'll see you when you're 55. This is why in my case, you marry above your pay grade. My late wife said, go see somebody else and make sure he looks like you or she looks like you. The doctor I have, I got to quote him because he literally saved my life, Dr. Arthur Burnett. He now runs the urology department at Johns Hopkins University. He was at Johns Hopkins then. He said, let's wait 6 months and see what happens. My numbers doubled. I had a biopsy. I had a positive outcome for prostate cancer. And I immediately had a surgery, and I immediately became a volunteer with the American Cancer Society. That's what I did was in the program that the American Cancer Society had called the Man-to-Man program. I was going into hospital rooms. So, James, this man had prostate cancer. And I would say, hey, I've been in that bed with that catheter coming out of your body. I go to barbershops. I go to basketball games. I go to football games. I go to churches. I go to long lines in movie theaters. And I'd say, hey, and I look for someone who's north of 40. Have you been screened? Have you been tested? Have you been screened? Have you been tested? And because this African-American doctor immediately enrolled me in a clinical trial, that's when my cancer, when it came back, was noticed when I was 44. I had radiation, and look, I know we're all adults here, so I'll tell everybody, I'll be honest. I know the 2 reasons why men, in particular African-American men, don't want to get screened for prostate cancer. Number 1, they're afraid of impotence. Number 2, they're scared of incontinence. I'm here to tell you that the earlier you get screened, the more likely that won't be a problem. And also, when caught early, prostate cancer is curable in over 95% of cases, but it's got to be caught early. So in my case, when it came back the second time, my doctor told me 2 things. He said, you know what, incontinence won't be a problem because we're going to treat it with radiation, but you will be impotent for the rest of your life. Now, you need to figure out what you want to do. Viagra had just been invented. And so my late wife was sitting there with me, and we were going through the options. As soon as the doctor said implant, she said, that's what we're going to get right there. We're getting him an implant. Now, I know a lot of people, what's going on? Why are you talking about implant? Because it's not my role. I mean, I'm a spiritual guy. I'm a man of God, I believe. And I believe the reason why God gave me this challenge was to reach out to others. And I want men to know that you can not only live with prostate cancer, you can thrive from prostate cancer. You want you to have a wonderful, complete, full life in the wake of prostate cancer. I mean, as I told Kevin, and he's known me for a while, if I didn't get screened when I was 39, I wouldn't have seen one of my sons go to West Point. I wouldn't have seen my youngest daughter graduate from GW Law, got a house, got a job, passed the bar first time. Yeah, I'm proud of her. I wouldn't be able to hold my late wife in my arms as she took her last breath on this world after a battle with multiple sclerosis. And I wouldn't been remarried to the lady who completes my life today, the beautiful Patrice. None of those things happened if I did not get screened and get tested. So what we're doing at the American Cancer Society, and I'll wrap up in 2 minutes, is we're pushing legislation that will eliminate co-pays for individuals so that there's no problem with the copay. If you're a high-risk insured man, you don't have, the insurance will take care of the copay so that you can get screened. Who is a high-risk individual? If your dad, if your brother, or if your uncle had prostate cancer, if you're not black, or if you're an African-American male. Our recommendations are if you're 40 years old or older and you're a high risk, please get screened and please get tested. What we're doing along the lines of breast cancer is we're doing more outreach to make sure that more women, in particular African-American women, are getting screened, are getting tested. And we're doing incredible, amazing research on the BRCA gene to determine what we can do to help lower, so that we can lower the burden of cancer for all women, especially African-American women. And frankly, the last thing we're doing is a bill that we're pushing called the Diverse Trials Act. There's a big challenge of getting more African Americans enrolled in diverse trials, and it's due for a bunch of different reasons. Sometimes you don't have transportation to get back and forth to clinical trials. Sometimes your doctor isn't going to tell you about a clinical trial. There are many different reasons, but that's what we're doing. We're trying to bridge all those challenges and all those boundaries. As I said, I've left some cancer facts and figure books here. We have an op-ed on tobacco and also a one-pager on the Prostate-Specific Antigen Act, which we're trying to get signed into law this year. And that would go a long way to at least alleviating the burden of cancer for so many people. And before I leave this dais, I have to say a big ups, because Kevin did two things smart in his life. One, he went to Georgetown Law. I wasn't smart enough to get in, but I would say that's number two. Number one is marrying the right person, because let me tell you, I tell everybody the three best things that ever happened to me was, for me, discovering Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. Number two, marrying the right person, not once, but two times, and number three, going to Fisk University. Those are the things that made a big change in my life. And with that, I thank you so much for your time. I have these brochures for you. Please take a look at them. And if you want to contact me, if you're interested in the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network coming to do a screening or something with wherever you are, just contact me. We'll make it happen. And finally, if anyone in your family is affected by cancer, 1-800-227-2345 is the number I dialed in 1999, and it's open 24/7, and we can help you do what we can through your cancer journey. If it's letting you know about our Hope Lodges for people who, for example, may live in other parts of the country and need to have treatment at Johns Hopkins, or we have 31 in the nation, you can come there, you can stay there for free, and your family can stay there for free for as long as necessary. Or if you want to get a ride back and forth for your chemo, your radiation, or doctor's appointments, that's what the American Cancer Society provides for free. Thank you so much for your time, and Kevin, thank you once again for inviting us.
Okay, our next panel is on housing. So if the housing panelists can come up. And Ms. Tasha is going to be our moderator. So Tasha, please.
Can I say something? Oh, sure. So I want to thank all of you for coming. Brady Buckner here. We've had like 5 panelists call in sick today, so don't be kissing on any strangers on the metro or anything like that, because it's pretty bad. So we've asked Tasha to come all the way out from Texas, and she's an all-star for us. So we'll get the panelists we can, and I thank you all for your patience on that front.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get this started. I'm not going to bore you with all the degrees that I have, because I don't have them. What I do have is I am the incoming president of the Asian Real Estate Association of America. My name is Tasha Chang, And in 2 days, being installed as a 2024 president. And if you don't mind, I'm going to read you the beginning half of my acceptance speech. As I stand before you today, embracing the honor as serving as this year's chapter president, I am moved by the journey that has led me to this moment. A journey marked by resilience, a renewed spirit, and a profound belief in the serendipity of life's challenges. Just like today, many panelists didn't make it, but the ones who did make it wasn't by mistake. They were meant to be here. I've been warned that I am a controversial president because of some of my views in the introduction of my new Human Rights Awareness Chair, and that this year will be a difficult year for me because of my opposition. Well, to those naysayers who think they can stop me with a challenge, I say challenge accepted. Even a concrete retainer wall on I-35 could only slow me down, but they couldn't stop me. And you, my friend, are no concrete wall. I welcome you to join me on this journey, and I thank you for adding more fuel to my flames. In 2019, which was a pivotal year, I was poised to become president. However, life took an unexpected turn with a car accident that resulted in a fractured spine, and in 2 places, it fractured. It crushed multiple vertebrae, leaving me unable to walk for months. This ordeal was not just a test of my physical endurance, but a profound lesson in patience, resilience, and the strength of the human spirit. It demanded every ounce of courage that I had, the grace of God, and the support of my amazing family and a few close friends to rebuild my life, to learn to walk again from a place of vulnerability and to find strength in darkness in what seemed like a setback, but it was only a setup for a new journey. Now, God doesn't make mistakes. That journey led me here in front of you people today. With that said, you now know who I am. My faith and my perseverance, that is the only credibility that I need. Before we start this panel, I want to state that if we instead removed the word race from our language and replaced it with the words love thy neighbor and invited God back into our homes, schools, and workplaces, that would solve all the issues that we face as a nation today. And now let's begin the panel. Minorities are adversely affected by modern redlining, appraisal bias, and issues of insurance affordability. In several significant ways, each is contributing to a cycle of economic disparity and systematic injustice. Modern-day redlining. Despite formal prohibitions, modern redline practices persist, subtly influencing where banks and lenders decide to offer or deny services based on race rather than the financial merit of individuals, leading to reduced access to mortgages, business loans, and other financial services for minority communities. Appraisal bias, racial bias in property appraisals results in undervaluation of homes owned by minorities compared to similar properties in predominantly white neighborhoods. Insurance unaffordability. Discriminatory practices in the insurance industry, such as pricing models that disproportionately impact minority neighborhoods, make property and auto insurance less affordable to individuals in these communities, not only affects their ability to own and maintain a property, but also increases financial strain on households already facing economic challenges. Ending the cycle of injustice caused by these practices require aggressive policy strategy. And that is what we're going to be focusing on today. Now, my first question to this panel, and any of you feel free to answer, how would you solve data transparency and collection so that we can enhance transparency and data collection in housing, appraisal, insurance industries to identify and monitor discriminatory practices?
Good afternoon. My name is John Daniel. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of 10,000 minority appraisers and 10,000 black appraisers. We're in the business to train many, many more people of color in the industry of appraisal. Right now, appraisal is number 3 per the Department of Labor. It's the whitest, third whitest industry in the country behind lumberjacking and also things like that. My point being in all this is What we know for sure in terms of transparency is that technology has not been used to mitigate bias as it is. We know that the system itself is broken and that it needs to be updated. Most recently, as we sat at a subcommittee congressional meeting, the gentleman who was running the authority over setting standards and qualifications for being an appraiser said it was only the last 2 years that he knew that there was bias in appraisal. 34 years. Everybody was aghast. Everybody's jaw dropped. My point being is that change is underway. And so I don't point a finger at any one person, but in order to be transparent, you have to be data-driven. You have to be evidence-based. And technology plays a role in that. You also have to avoid the whitewashing initiative, which says, in order for me to get an equitable and appropriate appraisal, I need to bring a white person into the house, take all of my black paraphernalia down, or whatever it might be from whatever culture, to appear to be white. It's important that in order to get this transparency, we have to have people trained who know the culture of the area that they're appraising. And secondly, we use technology from drones to data collectors to market analysis that would give you a fair appraisal. That would be my initial answer to the question.
Okay. And now I just wanted to add, I've been a realtor for 16 years. And one of the things that I always do to my clients, I represent a lot of the Asian community because I'm the Asian president, right? And so I have a lot of Indian clients. They're Asian. I have a lot of Chinese and Japanese clients. And they're very religious. And they like to show all of their artwork on the walls, all of their family on the walls. Whenever we're selling a house and the appraiser's coming, I ask them to remove all personal belongings. If it's something of a religious value, someone's going to know that you're not white because you worship a Hindu or a Buddhist God instead of Jesus, right? I worship Jesus, but you shouldn't have to be condemned because you worship somebody else. So I ask them to remove all of that. So I can vouch that that is prevalent in real estate.
Also, I'm sorry. May I also intercede here?
Sure.
I've been a realtor for 40 plus years. Come on. And this bias in the appraisal business has been there. Mm-hmm. We've complained about it. When we complain about it, they just said, you know what, y'all always want to call the race card. Yeah. No, it's not the race card, it's what we see. And so if we want to take a look at what has been going on for the 40 plus, this has been there. No one has wanted to take a look at it. Right. And no one should have to change nothing in their house in order for them to get a fair appraisal.
Correct, I agree.
Sometimes you have to even switch lenders to get a fair appraisal. And it's sad. It's really sad.
Okay, and now for the next panelist, what incentives for fair practices would you include? How can we create incentives for banks, insurance companies, and appraisal professionals to engage in fair practices and penalize instead those who engage in discriminatory behaviors?
One of the things that I'm Kevin Kimball. And one of the things that we've talked about a lot, and the research has shown that CRA reform is a critical piece of this. Mm-hmm. Changing the CRA rules so that banks, can't get a good score if they have these problems. If they can't demonstrate fairness in their appraisals, grading who they're, there's a thing in banking where, banks are responsible for the relationships of their outsourced work, so that they're responsible for those people, and we need to make sure that they're graded on who they use and how they use them, right? And that they can't get a good score just from having financial literacy. So I think, and if you get 200 complaints of bias in appraisal, then you get knocked down your score. You can't get a new branch. And that's the kind of legal limits that we need to start placing on this process.
Thank you.
I'd like to offer one more point to support what you said, and I'm going to come from a different lens. Banks want to mitigate potential loss. Mm-hmm. Cut to the chase, follow the money. Yeah. If you can use technology to support behind other things that appraisers use to get a more accurate analysis of the value of their property, they're going to feel good about that. Again, follow the money. You have to train people who are culturally competent. You have to have the technology that will allow you to give a more fair appraisal. And that's something we can act. You can't legislate biased out of somebody's heart. But what you can do is have backups on whether or not the information is accurate.
And hold people accountable. So the banks aren't held accountable for bad appraisals, right? So that's why we say go after the CRA, because that they can't, if the data's bad, if we know, if you got examples of a house where you had the white appraiser come in and give one and then a black appraiser, then automatically that's not only is it a litigable issue, but then also the regulator has to take that into account on their fact finding of the bank's activities.
I would add that they should be able to use a similar white community as a comp.
Right.
And not just be limited to a 3-mile radius. Yeah. If this house is similar in all effects, then it should be treated the same as a comp.
Absolutely.
And so next panelist. For community reinvestment, what ways can we introduce and encourage financial institutions to invest in historically underserved communities, thus countering the effects of redlining?
I'll pick that one. Go back to CRA. I mean, CRA is, between the CRA and FDIC and the OCC, Office of Control of Currencies, rules on national banks, there's a lot of leverage points. When everyone takes a kid gloves to the banking industry, right? So there's no one ever comes and crashes down on a bank. Even in a bank, Wells Fargo, stealing people's houses and cars, barely got a fine. Like only one person went to jail. Yeah. So there's clearly, the regulators are not, we need tougher enforcement against the regulators to go against the banks who are doing things that you're talking about.
Would anyone else like to comment on that one?
I think equity is a very important wealth creating tool. Most of America, from LA to Philly, uses their home to create that equity if they own a home. Banks would like to support buying homes, buying businesses, and property in general. I think what's key here is, in the world of appraisal, we need to share it with a different lens. I'm coming back to building wealth in a community. The world of appraisal is part of a global supply chain. Do the math. You've got steel, you've got concrete, you've got things that are used in construction. If a person can be gainfully employed, and you can make $200,000 a year working for the Veterans Administration, which has the most equitable and fair approach to appraisal, because they're concerned about veterans. There's lots of money to be made in this, and there are lots of business deals to be perceived in the community if indeed you understand valuation and appraisal. So what I'm talking about, I'm a former economic developer that was a part and was the director of a national utility. Now it's called Exelon, it was called Pico Energy. So I've worked throughout the country and outside the country on various kinds of technologies. But one thing I know is you create wealth in this situation by starting on the block where somebody owns their home. So being able to get banks involved appropriately, not the economic bubble of 2008. That was a problem. People were receiving loans for things that the bank knew they could not return. They would not keep up with. But where there is an opportunity to bring people together with the awareness of equity, and quite frankly, our country doesn't understand that for underserved people. They don't have time to think about that. They're trying to eat, have a roof over their head. So we have to promote through our HBCUs, through our land grant colleges, whatever means possible, the value of equity. But we also have to increase workforce development skill sets, entrepreneurial skill sets. We just heard the MBDA is being neutered a couple minutes ago. It's a very important piece, that there are organizations that are promoting entrepreneurship, promoting workforce development, like the Department of Labor. All of these organizations, federal, state, and local, need to be involved with building wealth in the community. So as we talk about dealing with what the banks should do, there are a multiplicity of other organizations who can support building wealth, but it has to be done through education. You can't do education just in the schools. It's got to be grandmama and the sage and the influencers on the block who are sharing this. It's got to be people like Kevin, who on a regular basis are sharing what's real. And so it has to be organically coming from the community and from the White House down.
Yes, we need a grassroots campaign to help build generational wealth, for sure. Now, education and training. How can we implement comprehensive education and training programs for appraisers, insurance agents to recognize and eliminate bias in their evaluations, besides the CRA?
How can we do
Yes,
it?
yes.
Well, I think education is the key. One of the things that I feel that that people in the real estate industry is not aware of, they are not educated to the level they should be. When I became a realtor 40 years ago, I actually was educated in depth. Right now, you can go through to real estate school so fast, you don't learn anything. And that's the same thing for appraisals. A lot of the in-depth knowledge is not there. They don't know the crux of how you really should come to this amount for this house. What they are doing is they're using like a program, and this program is basically neighborhood sensitive, just to that neighborhood. If there's not two other houses in that neighborhood that have actually sold, then you can't use that neighborhood. You got to go out of that neighborhood. Then when you go out of that neighborhood, you have to be able to use your common sense and use your knowledge and actually be able to subtract and add to value. And I think that's one of the things, the education portion of the appraisal and the real estate agent has now gone through a microwave process. And in that microwave process, they're not learning the in-depth of real estate and what should be done with real estate.
Well, this question speaks to what we do as 10,000 minority and black appraisers. We are building a online and in-person national academy that will teach cutting-edge appraisal skill sets. I think it's important that you know we're working with multiple federal agencies, because there lie a lot of job opportunities that are really lucrative. But there's something bigger than that, and that is the training ground when you're working with Interior, when you're working with Department of Labor, when you're working with organizations like USDA, Forest Service. The training ground is world class. So not only do you learn the various elements of cutting edge appraisal, you're learning it across the country. And it's really, really important that you have it. I want to share something with you. The federal government has about 62% of the land of America that is considered federal land. We are behind the game on updating rent value of property for the federal government. I'll offer you an example. The USDA Forest Service invested $1 million in updating, and I'm using rent specifically because most people know what it means. They updated the rent schedules of property that various companies would come through. They got a return of $40 million for one fee schedule, one rent schedule. Do the math. At the end of the day, there's lots of opportunity for appraisers in the federal government to do appraising and bring a lot of money to the government, but they've got to be trained properly. Using drones to look at property or inside of property, using the appropriate equipment, using AI technology, using what's there to bring a more accurate appraisal and valuation of a property. When you talk about appraisal, you're not just talking about land, you're talking about land, air, and water. And as we go forward, it'll be interstellar. Every time somebody sends something up in space, an insurance company is offering a value to it. We're that cutting edge with 10,000 minority appraisers and 10,000 black appraisers, which we say boldly, to know that it's important to stay on top. And let me say this one last thing. At the end of the day, we're America. Let me say that again. We're America. We're a melting melting pot of cultures. And therefore, we have to go forward in the rural areas, the urban areas, and the tribal nations. We have tours going on right now. We were at Alcorn University yesterday to meet and greet the needs of those communities. I got to tell you, there are a lot of poor white people in this country too. It's not about hue or gender. It's about whether or not you have a voice at the table. We can talk about diversity and equity, but if you're not included at the table, you might as well be on the menu. Forgive me my corny little joke, but that's the key. We've got to spread awareness of what appraisal is as a part of the global supply chain and of what we do in the economy.
So one statement I would say to what your last statement was, I would recommend having the buyers and the consumers themselves also be educated in appraisal. And holding
We're doing
classes
that
on
right now. We're working with a group like CoStar, I won't mention what their name is, and they'll become partners with us in this process. And they deal with buyers, sellers, suppliers. Bottom line, so do we. Appraisers should also do that. But we've got to take a different business lens on what's happening here. So to your point, I agree.
And so for you, legislatively, would you mandate that for appraisers?
We live in tough times with legislation. I've worked alongside lobbying groups. In my wife's business, she's pharmaceuticals. There are 20 lobbyists for every Congress member. We got to deal with this in reality.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, we got some congressmen and some senators who are very serious about doing their job in the community. I'm not in any way minimizing anybody, but we got to look at what's going to, from different vantage points, get us where we have to go. Do I think that's a viable option? Damn Skippy, you have to do that. You just got to find somebody who is going to embrace the ideology of the melting pot and getting a voice to everybody. And that's hard when you're exchanging chips as a congressman. Y'all know what I'm talking about, okay? I got to give this up to get that. And we have to respect that on their part. Those men and women are in a tough position. And the world of politics, it's a different beast. But I do think you're absolutely correct.
Amen. And now I'm glad you brought up AI, because that leads me to my next question. With the new technology that we have available to us, including AI, which could remove the race card when they're entering into an appraisal, right? How can technology solutions and innovation practices be leveraged to identify, reduce, and eliminate biases in lending, appraisals, and insurance underwriting processes?
I'll throw it to my good friend Josephine, but the data that's collected for the AI is what drives the results. So if you've got bad data because you've got bad evaluations, then the AI can only be of so much use. So,
correct.
So, Josephine, go ahead. You sued Geico.
Well, yes. By the way, I did not introduce myself. I apologize. My name is Josephine Morning. I am the president of the Prince George's County chapter of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, Prince George's chapter. And I am glad to be here. And as we go into this appraisal, redlining, and so forth in the industry, yes, I noticed some time ago that there was a discrepancy in insurance premiums, specifically in underserved areas. Now, what happened years ago when we went to get insurance, we had to give them our social security number. They ran a credit check on us, okay? And our credit scores, the thing that happened in the African American community, and I'll say that the African American community back in the day, our credit was not something that we really paid attention to because we were not taught how important your credit was at that time. So what happened was the insurance industry always have a way to get us. So what they did was when you applied for a policy, they always asked you for your social, and when they got your social, they ran a credit report. And if your credit report, if you had bad credit, then you were going to get the high premium. So what happened in the last few years, we have been educated as to how great it is to have good credit and the benefits of having good credit. So because of that, and because of all of these educational seminars that we have, such as this, now we are seeing that more African American and people of color have higher credit scores. So what happened was the insurance industry realized, oh, we can't use that anymore because that's not bringing us the big dollars. So what they decided was to use a zip code. And the zip code is how they charge the premiums. And they know the zip codes that are in the underserved areas. Okay? And also I found out that the 4 little digits that was added at the back of our zip code, that also has like a little, it gives a message. Okay? So you can have 20785, which is considered Landover, Hyattsville, Cheverly, and all of that, right? But that 4 digit on the end will tell you whether it's Cheverly. And Cheverly, this is Maryland I'm talking. Cheverly, Maryland is considered a higher income area than the 20785 Landover, Hyattsville. Then there's a section of Hyattsville, once again, has the 4 digits behind the zip code that will tell you it's a Hyattsville that's in a higher area, arts district, and things like that. So what has happened is, because of this, we have people who have to make a decision. Will I pay my insurance premium or will I pay my rent? And some of their decisions have had to be, I have to pay my insurance premium because I need my car for my employment. Therefore, the families are sleeping in the car. They go in the fast food restaurant, sit there to around 9:30, 10, drinking a soda. They keep ordering a soda. They have the child do the homework. After all of this is done, they go back to the car and they sleep in the car. The next morning they get up, they go back in the restaurant, and they take a little sprinkle on their body, and they're off to school and to work. This has caused higher homelessness. This has caused higher poverty. I mean, people are struggling. And I've seen this myself, and that's why I went at one of the biggest insurance companies in the country, Geico. And I went down there protesting the fact that they are using this it's redlining. I don't care how you look at it. It's redlining when you use a zip code to determine how much premium I will pay. And what is so bad, they ran the Beltway right through these neighborhoods. Okay, so what happens also, they say, well, we look at the accident rates. Well, yeah, if you look at the accident rates on the Beltway, because most of them people on the Beltway, they're traveling north and south. They don't even live in the area. But we are getting dinged for the folks who have accidents on the Beltway, and a lot of them are not residents of Maryland. So this is unfair. We're not finished. We continue. We also have been at them about not investing money in the community. African Americans are one of the big stakeholders in Geico, yet I can see Geico name behind the NFL and when the football players are playing, but I can never see Geico put any money back into our community. And as they say, if they don't contribute to us, we need to stop contributing to them.
What I like about what Kevin is doing, give her a hand. See, Kevin is looking at the structural sources of unfairness. Jim Crow is still alive, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get it twisted.
That's right.
And so we are not going to deconstruct it in a day. But this kind of informative forum allows us to look at the ecosystem.
Yes.
There's toxicity in the ecosystem. If mainstream America has a cold, underserved America has COVID.
Yes.
You feel me?
Yes, yes.
And we're dying much more quickly from pre-existing conditions. So your question was about AI, and my background's in fiber optic footprints, e-commerce incubators, carrier hotels, the guts of the internet. I can tell you garbage in, garbage out. This was said by both of my colleagues here. However, there are quality assurance systems that you can use. You just have to be in a position that you have the authority to use them. So as we go through looking at the structural barriers to equity, to inclusiveness, we need to look at that as a team.
Yes.
It will not be solved in a day. But what we can do is create wealth. Money talks, and it walks.
Yes.
And if you have a viable business such as an appraisal, there's lots of money that can be made because you're working with the global economy. So it's a combination, it's a two-sided coin. You gotta create wealth and you gotta deconstruct a very unfair system. AI can help if the right people with the right quality assurance pieces are right there in the room.
And it's being asked the right questions. Exactly what you guys said about the data that it's pulling and deriving the answer from is correct. One thing I would recommend is removing 2 questions from the application, basically from all applications. Are you a female or a male? Are you married? Are you single? Because I guarantee you, a single mother raising 5 kids, paying a mortgage is going to have a higher interest rate on her insurance than a married couple. So they're going to punish that single mother, making it even harder for her to keep up with the mortgage on that house and that insurance to cover her family than it is for a married couple who already has 2 incomes. Right, so I would remove that question. One thing that we did in the Asian Real Estate Association of America was we lobbied Congress to add Asians to the census report. Because how can the U.S. federally allocate money from a group that they don't recognize? And we were able to get that approved. So money does talk. Yeah, and it takes action. Action on what you did. I guarantee if everybody went and rallied behind her in that lawsuit, and then they did multiple lawsuits against every single insurance company with the same basis, they would change their rules.
Yes.
They would change their application. And they would change their criteria on how they're going to approve us or disapprove us.
Can I jump in for a hot minute? There was a lawsuit, well, wait a minute, let me back up. Our leader, Thaddeus Dawson, is a 40-year appraiser. And regrettably, one of his childhood friends was undervalued for his property up to $200,000.
Wow.
Right now, HUD is involved. The Justice Department is involved. There was an Investigate TV film done 2 Mondays ago that shared the essence of this program. If any of you like to see it, I can share it with you. The point being is it basically is undergirding everything that's being said on this table, but for one individual. So there are a multiplicity of federal agencies, there are attorneys involved, and hopefully this particular case will shed light further on what needs to be done. Basically speaking, there's a lowballing going on in all appraisal for us. And so it's important to highlight these kinds of stories, and that's our job, okay, to be out there sharing, making aware the population of what's going on with this. And we'd love for you to participate on our tours across the country, please.
Yes, okay, so on the appraisal bias, Larry Miller with WUSA 9, he launched an investigation, and I mean, it turned out that it was really terrible. We're in Prince George's County, Maryland, where you have the wealthiest African Americans than any county in this country. Though we were having appraisal bias taking place in our county. And the thing about it is, the appraisals that they were using, well, I guess they just choose appraisals, they come down, they choose them, but the appraisals were not as well knowledge on the areas. And in essence, the appraisals came back like $200,000 and $300,000 difference. But what happened was when they took a house right in the same community, had a white couple to go there to represent like they owned it. And what happened, the appraisal came back about $300,000 more in the same community. Yes. So Larry Miller actually won an award for doing this segment. So also, when you were talking about the boxes and, the check boxes I think just like we banned the box, if you're familiar with ban the box was done to take the boxes off of the applications because we found that people who were re-entering from the system was having a problem getting a job because of that one box that's on the application. So the Ban the Box initiative took place. So we not only need to ban that box, we need to ban a lot of boxes. We need to ban the box on what color am I. I don't figure I have to tell you what color I am if I'm trying to get a loan. Now you say you want to know this because your statistics will say that you granted a black person a loan. Well, what difference does it make whether I'm black, white, Asian, whatever? If I qualify, give me my loan. So we need to ban a lot of boxes.
And I would add that the man that had the lawsuit and yourself, you guys are the spearheads of the grassroots coalition. You don't know it, you maybe don't know it, but you guys are the ones that are taking action to make change happen. And without those lawsuits, it's not going to happen because nobody's holding them accountable.
Well, they said we're troublemakers. Okay?
Well,
okay.
We're here to make some trouble then.
Good trouble. Good trouble.
All right, next question. Now, the impact on assessments. How can regular impact assessments be institutionalized to evaluate the effectiveness of policies and practices aimed at combating redlining, bias appraisals, and insurance adjustments, and ensure continuous improvement?
Okay. Well, like I said, I think it goes back to what I said. I don't think we should be judged according to where we live, the color of our skin. I think that more of our people who are put in positions to do appraisals and who are dealing with in the insurance industry should have more training because they act as if they are not aware of what they are doing, but I know that they are. Okay, so I just think education is very important in everything. And no matter how much you educate a person, if their mindset is on one thing, they're going to stay that way. But I think sometimes it helps when you take a little lawsuit to them and let them know you can't do that. Okay.
I think what Josephine said is exactly right. The deal is we have to have much more enforcement and lots tougher enforcement against people who are bad actors. All too often, if you are a bad actor, to Josephine's point, these guys know they're being racist. I mean, they're not acting. These guys manage money, they manage risk all day long. They know what they're doing. So this is not unconscious bias. Is like I took that out of my vocabulary. There's no such thing as unconscious bias. People know what they're doing, and I think the only way to do is more enforcement and stricter enforcement and tighter laws on what those things look like. So.
If you marry money with that, we might call it Justice 40. Are you all familiar with Justice 40?
Yes.
Okay, because 40% of the benefits that occur from the trillions of dollars coming down from Pete Buttigieg and the Department of Transportation are supposed to go to underserved communities.
Right.
To the point of Josephine, we make people more aware. To your point, Ms. Moderator, I think that's key. And I think finally, we've got to get our legislators, we've got to get our federal, state, city, community, county, whatever, legislators involved with this, and to your point, have a grassroots initiative. Which brings me back, and forgive me if this is a commercial, 10,000 black appraisers and minority appraisers are going across the country to all land-grant institutions. Let me square that up. That's not just an HBCU, that's the Ohio State. That's Louisiana State University. These are places where you can nestle into the community and go from the sage on the block to the person who's the president.
Right.
And so I think key is we have to have an ongoing dialogue and engagement that's meaningful and relevant. Those two words are important to the people we're speaking to.
And also, I'm going to tell you, also they did a study. When it comes down to personal injury, that insurance companies normally pay people of color less money than they pay their white counterpart. I this is, I mean, the facts are there, you can pull it up. And the reason being, they said, is because we don't normally make as much money as our white counterpart, and because we are fraudulent people. That was the reason. I mean, pull it up, because that's another thing I'm fighting. I mean, I feel that my personal injury, my body that was injured, has the same effect as my white partner whose body was injured, and I feel it should get the same amount of dollars. But there's a problem there also.
How can we improve dispute resolution mechanism for consumers who believe they have been victims of redlining, bias appraisals, or insurance injustice with the current regulations we have?
How can we improve it?
Improve them.
Well, like I said, I think that when this happens to you, you cannot be quiet. Because silence, they don't do anything. But when you go out there and you raise a little HELL, you get things done. You call people attention to what is going on. You see, if you never open your mouth, nobody ever knows that this is happening. And you're going to have people who are not going to follow you. I got to tell you that. I'm sure Dr. King went through a lot of that too. But it don't matter. I told him if I have to go alone, I'll go alone. Okay? And I also go on to tell them, you don't get locked up now for protesting. So why can't I get more of you out there protesting with me? When they were marching with Dr. King, they got dogs, the dogs bit them, they were hosed down, they were locked up. Now we can march freely to protest, but we still got people who are so afraid of going out there to protest. They want to just keep their mouth closed, and this is why we don't get anywhere. This is why we can't get things passed, because everybody wants to be silent about it.
I would add to that, silence is silently condoning what's happening. If you're not speaking up, then you're enabling it.
Right.
Martin Luther King was never silent because he would never condone it. He spoke up and gave up his life to do so.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Word I say we have to be disruptive.
Right.
Yes.
Let me say that again, disruptive. Now, how do you do that? You first have to have an awareness of yourself, your strengths, your weaknesses, the opportunities to get better. You also have to have the same thing for the environment that you're working in with the specificity of appraisal, real estate, whatever it is. Then you develop a course of action that makes some sense, but you're there to disrupt a system that quite often is unfair.
Thank you. You were an amazing panel.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks everybody. We're going to move on to the next panel, but does anybody have any Tylenol? I have a young lady that has asked for some Tylenol. This is a conference first? Cafeteria, okay. Kevin needs a few minutes, so we'll start the next panel in just a minute.
because the MBDA just got gutted today. I mean, so that means there's no more minority business development agency, and that is problematic long term. So with that, I'm gonna let each person, you've met Tasha already, but I'll let each person talk a little bit about who they are, and then we'll go right into the questions and the Q&A and then like strategies. So, Tasha.
So you guys met me once, but I'll go ahead and reintroduce myself. My name is Tasha Chang. I've been a realtor for 16 years. I'm a mother of 5, 3 kids biological, 2 I adopted. My youngest is now 22. Let me know if you want some kids, I'm offering them. But, they come with some high bills. They don't get cheaper the older you get. But I'm also the incoming president for ARIA, the Asian Real Estate Association of America. And I am the most controversial president because I'm going against most of my national board and speaking up against things that Asians typically don't speak up against. So I did replace 8 members out of my 10-member board.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Michael Williams. I am currently ANC Commissioner of 8E, which is the Congress Heights area. I'm the chair of that commission. I'm a restaurateur. I'm getting ready to open up a restaurant in Deanwood at the end of this month. And I'm also looking to open up a credit union next year in the Ward 8 area. I'm also ultimately a candidate for delegate. I'm running for Congress here in the District of Columbia on the Democratic ticket.
Cool. Matt?
Okay. I'm Matt Angle, and first of all, I want to congratulate all y'all for this conference and Kevin for the work that you and Dr. Steele and others done. This is a wonderful gathering. As I said, my name is Matt Angle. I'm founder and director of a political organization called the Lone Star Project. Prior to that, I worked for a member of Congress for 20 years who represented a majority-minority district. And during that time, I spent 4 years as executive director of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, and also 4 years as the executive director of the House Democratic Caucus. And throughout my time in politics, I've been very focused on the preservation, extension, and now the renewal of voting rights as being a fundamental duty of us as Americans, but more important than that, the way that we protect democracy. And as we go through here, you'll see I don't make any apologies about being partisan. I believe that we all have to embrace politics and embrace partisan politics. The Lone Star Project means I'm fighting in Texas. It's rough sledding in Texas. But let me tell you, we operate not in an ideological way, not from the standpoint of liberal, progressive, or conservative or moderate, from the standpoint of in order to win and to promote the policies that we care about, we have to have new leaders. And so that's what I'm focused on.
Thank you, Matt. So I'm going to jump right into it. Easy question. The role of money in politics. We're talking about the AIPAC, and one of the problems we noticed is that the AIPAC in their response to Dr. Steele said, well, they're the biggest donors to minority candidates in the country. That seemed outsized given the nature of the popular demographics. What do we do to get people more engaged politically, especially financially? Starting with the Asian community and then on down, then Matt, you can.
I would say what we need to do to get any community engaged is start in the schools, start with the children.
Okay.
Because the first place is educating the kids on why focusing on their rights is a priority that they should focus on. Instead of a video game, instead of TV, instead of hanging out at the mall, they have way too many distractions right now that are leading them away from the politics of this country and taking their minds off the important issues.
Kelly, you're running for office. You've run for office. What do you see as the role of money?
The role of money is paramount in politics. I mean, in some cases, in very few cases, without money, you're not going to win. Because you have to get your message out, you have to get out there. And as in my case, I'm running against a 34-year incumbent. So you have to be able to get boots on the ground, you have to get mail out, you have to get flyers out. You know, if you're fortunate enough to be able to do some commercials and video either on Facebook, YouTube, or anywhere else, it all costs money. So it's there. You know, we can thank, you know, Mitch McConnell for that and being able to have it. But I think also piggybacking on what Tasha said is that we have to educate. The idea, I mean, in DC you have to get signatures. You know, you have to get people to sign a petition to allow you to get on the ballot. And in my case, I have to get 2,000 signatures, which I turn in today, to be able to get on the ballot. So technically I have to get like 3,000 or more because they'll disqualify some signatures. The number of individuals, particularly African American individuals, particularly African American men, who would tell me, I'm cool, I'm not with that, I'm good, I'm not, and I would stop them asking, what you cool about, what you good about, what's going on? They would just look at me like I'm crazy. But I would have to help them understand that you being cool on the street is causing you problems everywhere else. And they don't necessarily equate election, voting, public policy to the systems and the structures that we deal with. And that piece right there is like the hardest nut to crack to help them understand. The best way I've been able to do it outside of DC is, you know, that prosecutor that just put your brother in jail, you can vote him out. You know that judge that just sentenced him to 25 years to life, you can vote him out. You know that chief of police that was the one that hired, that arrested him, well, you can vote the mayor out because she or he is the one that appointed that chief of police, depending on what district you're in. So you have to bring it down to them to the least common denominator so that it can be tangible to them. And I used to host a podcast called Black Politics Today, and my tagline was, what's at stake? We have to help our people in our community understand what's at stake, because right now, they don't recognize that there is somebody who wants to be a dictator. And when they told me they were going to deport everyone, I said, you're going to be one of those deported. They can't deport me, I'm an American. Yeah, today you are. Tomorrow your butt's going to be on another ship the same way you were when you came over here. And they don't understand that. And I think education is key to what we have to do.
Matt, so you've done this for years, and you've raised money, and you've done activism. Why is it that AIPAC is so outsourced and or such an outsized influence? I mean, especially with the advent of low dollar fundraising, why can't it be more equitable?
Well, first of all, it starts with there's a sense of, within the media and also among a lot of progressives of all colors, and that is that they want to villainize money. Well, the money is not the villain. Some of the donors are villains.
Right.
The Koch brothers are villains. The billionaire Yass in Pennsylvania, who gave $6 million to the governor of Texas in order to promote school vouchers to kill public schools. They're villains, but money itself is not. And as Democrats, we have to understand that you have to raise money in order to tell your story. We're always frustrated that we're not hearing our story, we're not getting our message out, but we don't put it through a megaphone. Instead, we just shout out the window. You got to actually amplify it, and the way you amplify it is with money. There are some groups that know that and understand that through culture and through tradition. AIPAC has spent a lot of money. They've seen the value of making investments. And so they make oversized investments where they can make a difference. And you see that a lot happening within primaries, particularly within Black and Hispanic primaries, because there's so little money spent otherwise, that if you put in a lot of money, you have an outsized difference. In Texas, the cryptocurrency PACs came in and spent millions of dollars in one congressional race. They took it to a close race, to one of the candidates winning, going away. Now, that candidate, there's nothing wrong with that candidate, but they had an outsized influence in who won. And so we have to embrace not only the need to have money, but that it's a good thing to raise money. And candidates who raise money, They aren't bugging you. They're doing their jobs. Big part of being a good candidate is to raise money.
And let me add to that. We as African Americans have a problem with contributing to campaigns. We don't understand the value of contributing to a campaign. When I first got in politics, I made a $25 contribution, didn't know what I was doing. My mother told me to do it, I did it. But in that meeting, or in that fundraiser, I met the president of the bank that was right down the street. And when I started talking to him and telling him who my mother was and that what I was doing and everything else, and how I wanted to get a business loan and do this and do that, he was like, oh, have you gone to my bank yet? I was like, oh, no, I didn't know you had a bank. What's your name? Where are you going? I went to his bank, filled out the application. Now, I don't know if I had the credit score. I don't know, but I got the loan. And I know I got the loan because I had told them, oh, so-and-so told me to come in here and fill out this application. We have to recognize the value of $25 and $2,500. We have to recognize, because the $2,500 is going to get you at the seat at the table up here. That $25 may keep you back there, but at least you're in the room. So you have to recognize that we have to contribute to campaigns. People we wanted to help elect, get out, get boots on the ground, walk precincts, contribute, make phone calls. We have to do our part. We're too busy sitting back waiting for them to do something, and then we want to bitch, cry, and complain when it doesn't go our way.
I'd like to add to that
Go
real
ahead.
quick. And so I have seen billionaires run for office with unlimited means, and they failed. And I have seen candidates with limited means, and they prevailed. The difference was the education that they provided. They educated the public on what they were going to do for that public and why the public needed it. Educated voters are going to make the right decision for themselves. And whether the money is back in that person or not, I understand, I 100% believe that the better candidate would prevail if the right message is put out. You can get mass marketing with word of mouth. Kids in a high school, they know about a party that's going to happen after school without one postcard, without one Facebook post, without no news media there, but word of mouth, right? So if you go and you re-educate that population on the importance of their rights and why that should be their priority, they will vote to protect that.
Let me add one thing to that. First of all, I think Tasha makes a really good point. It's not a matter of raising more money than the other side, but you have to raise enough to tell your story.
Yeah.
You have to make sure that your message is getting out. And there also needs to be another level, I think, of sophistication, not just among donors of color, but donors who are new to the process and maybe didn't come up in a family that had resources, but they do. It's a cultural matter as to whether or not it feels right to give money. And one of the things I think that happens is that, particularly in a presidential race, there's a lot of what you call bundlers. People go and they get their friends and they get them to give, and then they give that money and then they get credit for it. Well, there are quite a few black and Hispanic donors, but they're sprinkled in as part of other people's bundling.
Right.
And what you would like is to have minority leaders themselves become bundlers and come together so that when they deliver that money, it comes with a message.
Exactly.
So, question for the audience: how many of you have actually given money politically? That's a good number for a crowd. Okay, DC crowd leaders. I guess I should expect that. How many of y'all know? How many of y'all know others who've given? Like, I mean, how many? Okay, a fewer hands. Okay. One of the things we've talked about, this is going to move from the elections to just advocacy. You know, Tasha, you run a trade association. You know, what's your advocacy strategy and policy, and how do you get people? I mean, you're a realtor, so I guess getting the money from your donors is a little easier than for others. But what's your fundraising strategy, and how do you utilize the money?
That's a good question, and I would say it's not easier, honestly, especially this year, since I'm going against the grain. The normal sponsors of ARIA have backed out away from me, and so what I did was I went back to the community, and for me, I had a strategy of going to every single corporation that is getting a tax subsidy from my state, and I told them point blankly, I want to see you give back to my community. And I expect you to donate, and this is how much the packages are, and that's how I fundraise. But I mean, you just have to tell people what you expect, and then they will deliver in the end. You have faith in your fellow man.
Mike, same question. I mean, you've had a nonprofit for years and been active. What was your fundraising experience and strategy?
My strategy was in the message. It was because our group, my nonprofit is called It's About Us. It was helping them understand the social, the economic, and the policy impact on our community, and helping them understand how you have government, you have politics, then you have policy. And those three are different. When you're out on the campaign trail, you're talking about the politics of the policy that you're going to put in that the government's actually going to enact. When you talk to people on the street, they say, I'm not into politics. Half of them don't even know what politics is. He'll tell you, the politics is what happens behind the closed doors, behind the scenes, the negotiations and everything else. The policy is what comes out of that, and the government then implements that. And we have to understand that there are three different aspects of it. We seem to lump everything into one and then just throw our hands up and say we're not part of it. So what I had to do was I had to educate my donors and my constituents of understanding we need to change policies that are impacting our communities, from redlining to voting rights to all the things that impact us, and we have to be able to put some money behind it, some advocacy behind it when we don't have money. But if we have 2,500 voters and the last election the individual won with 8,000 votes, we have power, because now we can change that result by removing that 2,500 and giving it to somebody else when there's 45,000 voters in the community. So you can be able to use it even if you don't have the money, right? You can still advocate in some ways by having the numbers behind you to be able to make change, to make policy changes and impact your community.
So Matt, hard question for you. Given the lack, and you tell me if I'm wrong about this, the minority policy advocacy groups are pretty far and few in between. Right? There aren't that many of them, and they don't really spend money the way the white groups, especially conservative groups, do. How do you raise money in this environment? How do you make an effective advocacy organization?
Well, you have to be painfully practical. First of all, with candidates, what I tell candidates is if you're not willing to ask your friends and your family for money, don't run. That if you don't expect the people who know you best to give to you and support your campaign, why is somebody who doesn't know you, even if they hear your pitch, going to give to you? So if you're a candidate, you have to do what we always call a Rolodex test. Go through your Rolodex and put next to the name the amount that you think they can give and the amount you're willing to ask them for. So in a very practical way, you have to do that, and that's harder. That's harder for new candidates. It's harder for candidates of color because they usually don't come from a background in which there's a lot of giving. But you've got to get people to be the first givers, the first givers. So from a candidate aspect, it's that. There's another, I think, even a more important aspect of giving in which underserved communities, or sometimes just communities of color, whether underserved or not, are given a bad deal. And that is that when you go to an organization and you ask for help, they might help, but they want to give it to a 501c3. They want to give it to something that you can't use it politically. Whereas when Republicans or Anglo groups come in, they write them hard dollars that go straight into campaigns. And so you got to make sure that we know we're sophisticated enough to say, that's great, I do want you to give that $25,000 or $50,000 to this 501c3 organization, but I also want you to put together $25,000 or $50,000 in hard dollars that we can talk to voters with.
Right.
Have you, and this is for all of you, I guess Tasha, I'll start with you. Do you guys play politically? Do you endorse candidates? Do you make contributions? Do you direct the spending on campaigns?
We back both sides. We're not allowed to align with one side or the other. We have to entertain both. And we do have fundraisers for both Democrats and Republicans.
Okay.
And we're one of the biggest lobbying arms in the U.S.
Okay. Same to you, Michael. I mean, have you, you're an elected official now and you've had a nonprofit, but do you engage in fundraising, and have you donated to candidates have you bundled or worked on those issues with candidates?
I have raised money. I have contributed and donated to other candidates. I mean, right now there's a city council races going on throughout the city, and while I'm also trying to raise money, I'm also donating to some of those candidates because naturally I'm going to need some allies when I get there, and also since we're all campaigning, I need them now as well. So as I support them, I'm praying that they're supporting me because I'm sending them the text messages to donate because ultimately they're going to need me when I get there. The federal dollars are going to come through me, so they have more access than what they have now. So naturally, absolutely.
Matt, similar question to you, but in Texas, you have the Lone Star Project, and you have two organizations, the Lone Star Project and the other three organizations. But how, given this conservative Texas is, how many organizations are operating effectively, or what's the, like, how much more do the conservatives raise than the left of center guys raise in Texas?
Well, it's staggering in terms of the amount of money that gets spent on one side or the other. We just had the primaries in Texas last night, and Republicans probably spent somewhere in the range of $200 million just on their state house primaries.
State house.
They had contested primaries all over. You've got a lot of MAGA people running against just regular Republicans. What I always say is kind of the criminal Republicans running against the corrupt Republicans. but they spend a lot of money doing it. On Democratic side, you had some very, very important primaries going on. One, we nominated Colin Allred for the U.S. Senate to run against Ted Cruz, so remember that name. Colin Allred could very well become a U.S. Senator from Texas, and if you don't, that's a culture change. You have an African American man representing Texas in the U.S. Senate, but you have a lot of people who want to come to Texas that are national. I always say, come to Texas, but put your blue banners away and stop saying you're going to flip this and flip that. Come to actually do the hard work of electing people, but a lot of them come with just non-political money, 501c3 money. So they all want to register voters, which is a good thing to do, or they all want to talk about progressive policies, which is a good thing to do. But that really is not where the rubber meets the road in terms of changing things. You have to actually elect people. Almost everything bad that's happened in Texas over the last 30 years happened because at some point a progressive or a Democratic candidate lost to an extreme Republican candidate. Not all Republicans are extreme, but that's where their party has come. And so we have to reverse that. That means changing elections. That's why when I raise money, I wear a coat with a lot of pockets. I make sure that there are people that know that I can ask for hard dollars. I got a pocket for that. I do a lot of redistricting work. That's a really good thing to use 501c3 money for. I got a pocket for that. And then there's some other independent expenditure things that you can do partisanly, and I've got a pocket for that. So you got to be willing to first be practical, be informed about who you're talking to, and ask them the right questions.
So moving from money to some of the discrimination things we're talking about. I'll start with Matt on this one because I have a very specific question, and you guys can all weigh in. In Texas, I saw the legislature passed a bill that changed the way they qualified judges to be on the ballot, and we're talking about the idea that the rules keep changing for us, and that we're under this huge assault. Can you touch on that, and what do you see, because it'll spread to other states, right? So can you talk about that a little bit, and what that means, and how do we fight back against that?
Well, this is really the story of the South. It's not just Texas. That as the demographics are changing, the Republicans see the results, practical results of that clearer than Democrats do, and so they do things to mitigate the real changes that demographic evolution might bring, and so they systematically undercut the voting strength of African American and Hispanic voters. And part of that in Texas is to pass the most restrictive voting laws in the country, and also even to file for office, they raised the standard to run as a judge in Texas, because in places like Harris County, Texas, which is a giant county, if it were a state by itself, it'd be bigger than 22 states. Well, every district judge office is held by a Democrat, and about 2/3 of those are people of color. And but what they did was they said that, okay, in order to run for judge, you have to have spent the previous years as a litigator. Now, there are a lot of very qualified attorneys who don't get involved in litigation. And the most damaging thing that did is in a place like Harris County, what it had then was some of the incumbent, a few Anglo-Republican judges tried to disqualify black women running against them because of that Republican standard. I mean, that's how they get you. They turn us against each other. And in order to change that, you're not going to make an argument in Austin about it. We've got to win elections to do it. They're not going to change their mind. We got to change them.
Tasha, have you seen any of this in your, because you're in a highly regulated business and you've with politics, what change, have you seen this affecting your politics at all in the places you operate?
What changes that have affected my politics? I'm not necessarily aware of specifically what changes, but on your last question, and to comment on the question now, I would say that is a perfect example of why voters need to be educated, why the public needs to be aware of what is going on instead of what parties are happening, instead of what concert is going to go down that weekend. You know, they need to be focused on the prevailing activities of the political realm so that they can be wary of what the consequences are going to be and so that they can be proactive to take the steps to adjust that. And so that is a perfect example of them raising the bar to prevent certain people to become judges to protect their community. If somebody was already in that position to stop that from happening, if somebody was already educated to know, I need to take the steps to get in a position, get my party in a position to protect our population, that wouldn't have happened. And so now, what do we do retroactively? We educate our people. I 100% believe we need to reactivate, reinvigorate the grassroots coalition. Exactly what one of our panelists said earlier when I was a moderator is nobody goes and protests anymore. You don't need to be a member of Congress to take action. You don't need to be a judge to take action. What you need to do is be educated on what is happening around you in your political environment so that you know what you need to do to take the steps to either prevent that, reverse that, or fix that. But if you're not getting out there and speaking up, no one is going to hear you. No one's going to listen to you.
Mike?
What was the question?
You know,
or just comment?
Yeah, no. The interesting, like, what do we do? Okay, you're a candidate. You know, what would you want to see happen? What would you want to do if you were elected to try to make things different so that we're not facing this onslaught of just, you know, almost Jim Crow level changes?
My hope and prayer is that June 4th at 7 p.m. I'll have the votes to move on to the general election. And in between June 5th and November 5th, somehow, some way, I want to travel the country to really speak out and educate our community, to really help them understand exactly what Tasha is saying. The idea and the examples that I used earlier when I said I've talked to folks who were signing my petition and say, I'm good, I'm cool, I don't want to do that, I don't need that, is the very thing that we need to help them, educate them on. When I told them that you can vote out your, judge, you can vote this one out, you can vote that one out, the opposite is true as well. When you have good people in office, when you have good people in place, and we want to have judges that look like us because they can have the experiences that we've had so that when those sentences come down and those sentencing guidelines and things of that nature come down, they're able to address that and come at it from a different perspective. I wasn't talking to you. But we have to be able to recognize the power we have. The biggest thing that frustrates me, and I would talk about this on my talk show a lot, and Kevin would come on. The biggest thing that would frustrate me is the idea that we will look or listen to the talking points of, but we won't necessarily investigate it for ourselves. We only use one source. We don't use different sources. I had someone, an African-American woman, come up to me, tell me she was a Republican. I said, that's great, fine, and everything else. And as she was walking away, she was trying to call me out. So naturally, the part of me that wasn't the candidate came out. And so when I called her out, then she wanted to roll back around and come back and talk to me. Oh, let's have this conversation. I said, well, let's have it. She wanted to talk about immigration and the border. I said, well, your boy just told them don't vote on it and let it go. No, he did not. No, he did. I said, look it up. Pull it up on your phone. Get your phone out and pull it up. She pulls it up on her phone and she sees that Trump says, well, that's ABC. I don't listen to ABC. I said, okay. I said, well, go to YouTube. She goes to YouTube and she sees Mitt Romney. Well, he's a sucker. I say, okay, see, that's the problem I have. See, when you're faced with the facts, you don't want to believe the facts. And sometimes we have to be faced with the facts of understanding that the rug is being pulled out from under us. Kevin and I have had this conversation back in 2020, that as demographics change, the policies are going to change to keep what's in place. The structural, racial biases are going to stay in place. We will be demographically the majority and socially and economically the minority. And we have to recognize that we have to be able to play in this field, play in this game, because it is a game, and we have to be able to prevail to be able to have the resources to do it. So, as Tasha's saying, instead of paying $300 to go to the concert, you need to be paying $300 to some candidate that's going to service and fight for your voting rights, your women's rights, your reproductive rights, and your job rights, everything. When this test tube baby gets over here, if he gets over here and we allow that to happen, everything we know today as being the democracy we have will change. And I'm talking about Donald Trump. That's the test tube baby I'm talking about. Okay? It will change. And so we have to recognize that, as we say all the time, when they tell us what they are and when they show us who they are, we have to believe them. Some folks don't want to believe it because it's conveniently for them. Evangelicals don't want to believe it because it's convenient for them. All right? But we have to believe it. Whether they do or not, we have to. And so we have to act and we have to respond.
So I'm going to close out with this, and I'll start with Matt, and I'll ask this question, but if you have something else you want to say, please just do it. What's the future? I mean, how do we have to win elections, but what if we don't win the next election? I mean, what if we, what is the strategy? I mean, you've been fighting this fight for a very long time. What is the strategy?
Well, we all get...
and how do we make sure that even if we do win, because one of the problems we're having with black voters, that even when the side we want wins, we don't get our changes, our stuff?
Well, we all get weary of the notion that this is the most important election of our lifetime. Well, this is the most important election of our lifetime. That test tube he's talking about is the orange vial, and it's lethal. And so we really have to focus. And so, kind of building on what Tasha said, when we protest, we have to protest with a purpose. And we can't just make noise, we have to make progress. And so we have to be very strategic. And it is about winning elections. The penalty for losing is perhaps our democracy. We have a whole movement that Donald Trump didn't create, but he really mobilized, of people who are scared and angry about the very notion of a multicultural democracy. They don't want that. And so that's going to have to be built. And once we win, we have to quickly use the power that's held and gained in order to consolidate that power. Not in a bad way, but in a smart way. One of my biggest disappointments is that after President Biden was elected, and I don't blame him necessarily for this, I blame some people in Congress for it. The first thing that should have been done was renewing the Voting Rights Act.
First thing.
The very first thing. But frankly, though, there were some very well-meaning progressives in the House that were arguing the perfect against the good. Well, the perfect's still in a drawer, and the good isn't getting done.
Right.
And so the first thing you do when you get power is to consolidate it. And Democrats, we have a tendency, the first time we gain power, we use up our political capital. President Obama spent 2 years with a majority. He spent the next 6 years with Republicans trying to undermine him every single day. And so our goal, if we get power, is to consolidate it first.
I just want to add something to that really quick. So whether Republicans win or Democrats win, you shouldn't think of it as a win or a loss. Either way, you're still in this country. Either way, you still have a voice. Martin Luther King was not an elected official when he spoke up. Martin Luther King was not educated to go and speak in front of crowds. He had a passion, he had a vision and a purpose, and he used his voice. Nobody asked him, can you come and speak up for me? He decided, I have a voice and I'm going to use it, and nobody, no matter what they do, are going to silence me. So whether your party wins or loses, you are still sitting in this country. You still won. So the only thing you need to do is continue using your voice. Speak up, stand up. I couldn't care less if I'm an elected official or not. I get seats at the table because I won't back down. And I would confirm, I would tell you to do the same thing. Whether your party wins or loses, you still won.
So I won't belabor this, but I will say this about that. Dr. King was very true that he was very active, but took 10 years, and how many people died in the process? I mean, it wasn't like the couple of speeches was over. I mean, there was a lot of pain and suffering in that process, which, to Josephine's point, no one wants to get out and protest because no one wants to get shot.
The thing I would add to that, how much pain and suffering would have happened had he not spoken up? And how much longer would it have happened past that decade? We would still be sitting in that today. And so the toll sometimes is worth the end result. Unfortunately, there's going to be a toll either way, whether you speak up or you stay silent. The difference is you spoke up and you know your voice is heard. It may not have been listened to immediately, but what did he do? He ignited the fires of every person behind him. And that fight is still going on today.
Well, I so admire Tasha's passion and her idealism, but frankly, I'm just a crass political hack here. And let me tell you that all the good that Dr. King did that's been undone, that wasn't done by regular people out there. Yeah, that was undone by Republicans who got elected. Yeah. And if we want to build this back, then it means a lot of people, the people that Tasha's talking about, have to get together and make sure that the people who are elected, the people who pass laws, the people who engage policy are people who actually believe in a multicultural democracy. They believe in equal rights. They believe that our economy and the free enterprise system is best when there is an opportunity for all. We have leaders in one party now, and the Republican Party hasn't always been that way, but they're that way now. They don't believe in any of that. They believe in power for power's sake. It's not a matter of there being moderate Republicans and conservative Republicans. It is Republicans that want power.
That's right.
And I know that's probably more partisan than you wanted this to be, but that's where we are right now.
And I apologize, Matt, but
no,
that's the point where we're at. And I too, it will matter what party gets elected. Now, true, we may still be here. That is true. We may still be here, but to Tasha's point, what will we be like while we're here? Because the reality of it is, the orange test tube told us he will be a dictator on day one. His sycophants have told us that they are already planning and preparing to remove and put people in place that are going to do exactly what he says. When you have Republicans telling you, who supported and voted for him the first time, don't do it, don't be stupid, and sit at home. All right? I need you to think about it from this perspective. I don't know why I was doing this when I was doing voter registration, but the Supreme Court is vital. It has always been vital. And for whatever reason, Democrats have never thought about it being as vital as it has been. I don't know why we didn't recognize that in 16 when we were saying, okay, well, we want to be progressive. Fine, you want to be progressive, but like to Matt's point, don't be so perfect that you give up the good. Because right now you could have a 6-3 Democratic majority rather than a 6-3 Republican majority. And if you did not understand that whole message of legislating from the bench, Republicans will always tell you what they're going to do. They will always tell you what they're going to do. When they're coming at you saying, we don't want you to legislate from the bench, that's because they're about to do it. When they come and tell you, oh, well, everyone should vote, they're about to take your vote away from you. When they come and tell you, oh, we believe in women's rights, they're about to strip you from whatever you have. They're always going to tell you what they're going to do. And what you have to do is listen. Listen to what they say. Tell everybody in your family, Pookie, Ray Ray, and Shasha, take they behind to get registered and take they behind to the polls. They can do it absentee or whatever they do. But you better vote. Matt is not joking. Matt's from Texas. Okay? We know what the hell's going on in Texas. Now multiply that by 10 everywhere else. California, my home state, it'll be gone. New York, your home state, it'll be gone. Chicago in the middle, it'll be gone. Philadelphia, I'm telling you, if we don't recognize and don't get engaged and get involved from the grassroots to the protesting to the contributions to working for individuals, getting out there on weekends, making phone calls and doing it, you can only sit back and wait and say, oh, well. And then you're going to have to live through it. Because it will matter who wins this next election. And quite frankly, the next 4 years, it will matter again because that group that's in there now will come back and try to reinvent the orange test tube and think that one of them can take over. And that whole MAGA extremeness is going to grow and spread. And as it continues to grow and spread, like a cancer does, we're going to have to figure out how to kill it and rip its head off. And if we don't get this majority and expand those courts, I don't know, they're going to do it. I guarantee you, when they get the majority, if they get the majority, they'll expand it. I don't believe them when they say, oh no, we won't do that. Mitch McConnell said that when he was talking about President Obama's nominee, that he held up for a whole year and a half. And what did they do as soon as they're nominated? They pushed them through.
4 weeks.
Okay?
4 weeks.
In 4 weeks. Fastest time ever. So we have to be vigilant and we have to pay attention. Because if we don't, we are the only ones that we can blame.
I would add to that, paying attention and having a belief is one thing, but nothing will be done unless you actually take action on that belief.
Yeah, great. Well, we keep going, but we're out of time. Guys, thank you. Thank y'all for listening.
That's live. It's great.
Thank you, sir. Let's definitely get together.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, not enough, probably. Oh, I got one.
However, we have a whole opportunity to do that at the networking mixer that's happening in this National Press Club after this, as well as 2 more days, and then also the opportunity to collect contact information and follow up independently. So to move this along, I don't know if anybody or myself, I just want to stop and say thank you to the Southern Christian leadership. Thank you, Dr. Steele. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. And I enjoy working with Dr. Steele and Kevin and Brady over and over again. So this is an awesome panel because it's giving girl power. Well, let's just say women power, okay? Because we're grown women here. So the title of this panel is Government Spending and Exclusion of Minority Organizations. That's, there's so many levels and ways to go with this. However, because we have experts, I am going to let them take the lead. I'm going to ask some questions. However, there will be general, and you can get in where you feel you would like to speak, or everybody speak in that way. So I think I would like to ask questions to give a little bit of background and what's happening right now, and what is a call to action or to activate people in the room about things that they can actually do. So, Endora, we're going to make something happen. Okay, so let's start with introductions. And of course, we want to maximize our time, but definitely blow yourself up. Big yourself up.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Endora Govan. I am a part owner of US Gov Policy. It is a company that literally helps people and businesses get certified to do business with the government on the federal level, state level, and local level. Uncle Sam buys a whole bunch of stuff. Anything you can think of is bought by either the federal, state, or local government. So that's what we do right now. Of all the businesses that contract with federal agencies, state agencies, and local agencies, only 3% are black-owned companies. So there is room for us to get certified as companies, whether you're in a hub zone, an empowerment zone, an opportunity zone. We hear all of the new titles that come up, and then we get hopeful about getting a piece of the pie, and we end up seeing other people eat all of the pie up, and we're wondering where is our piece. So that's what US Gov Policy does. It makes sure that you get into the game in a way that you can compete. I think one of the states, their lottery campaign was, you can't win if you don't play. So how do you win a government contract and you're not certified? How do you win a government contract if you let the scare of your company being compliant, oh, I'm too small to do business with the government or other agencies, and then that scares you from even entering the race. So my company is a safe place for you to come, lay your cards on the table, and then we help you identify an area of service or product to present to the government. That's in a nutshell.
Wonderful. Okay, I'll go next,
Yes,
Kia.
thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, I know, it's afternoon.
Good afternoon.
There's tea and coffee. So my name is Makini Nyante, and I am the Chief Communications Officer and Senior Vice President at the American Institutes for Research. We are a large, nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that does large-scale research and evaluative studies for the large federal government agencies, primarily Department of Education, Department of Labor, Health and Human Services. We also do partnerships with foundations, and our focus is education, health, workforce development, and we do this domestically as well as in the developing world. So we do a lot of work with USAID as well. We're focused on equity, and part of what really excites me about being here today is because we think about what the evidence base is for any issue. Part of what I manage in my shop, being the Chief Communications Officer, is all degrees of storytelling, whether that be inside the company or externally on the policy level, government affairs, charitable giving, those types of things. And so we're thinking about how to build the evidence to really inform the changes in policies that need to be made. We're nonpartisan, so we cannot have a position on how the decision should go, but we really do try to have be the arbiter of evidence around those things. And so we conduct that work for our clients, being federal agencies as well as state agencies as well, but we fund a lot of our work as well through what we call the AIR Equity Initiative. And so that initiative is a place where, outside of what our clients have asked us to do, we can reinvest in the communities and building that evidence base. And again, our focus is equity. So through our equity initiative, we're focused on segregation by race and place. We're focused on safe communities through community policing. We're also focused on health disparities. And so we're really putting our money where our mouths and our mission is to make our communities and our nation and our country better.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is LaTanya Pegues. I'd like to thank everyone involved in the leadership here, Kevin and Brady and so many, for having me. I actually live in Austin, Texas, and I'm looking for Matt Engel. I'm like, I got to talk to him about that Lone Star project because, we've got a lot to talk about there. But I am originally from Colorado Springs, Colorado, and yes, there are black people from Colorado. You're looking at one, and I'm a very happy graduate of Howard University from 19, That's right. And so my background is a little bit different. I'm a low-temperature physicist by profession. I've done a lot of work in low-temperature physics research out in Malibu, California, and also in different areas. And I have an interesting background working on spacecraft. A lot of people are really familiar with satellites because you're receiving the service, but not too many of us have actually touched the spacecraft before it's even left the planet. And so my perspective is a little bit different because it is truly out of this world. Thanks for laughing at my jokes. We're going to have fun up here today because I got a lot of them. Here we go. So just mention a little bit about my background. I've done work in the entertainment industry too. Helped create a category for the Grammy organization, founding a member of the Stellar Awards Gospel Music Academy, and so on and so on. But I just share that to say that when you talk about business and opportunities, it can come in so many different areas, so many different backgrounds, and it's so important to be able to really understand what something costs. Because if you understand the true cost of something, the true price of something, then you really know if you're getting a good deal when opportunities come your way. I've seen some of these organizations be so excited to hold a $10,000 checkup because a donor or a sponsor gave them $10,000. But if you look at what they're doing with other organizations that may not even be doing a tenth of what you are, there are a lot more zeros on their check. So it's so important to understand the whole big picture. Yes, we enjoy, receiving funds. We enjoy, having revenue coming in and out, giving. That's another part we need to talk about too, our philanthropy, not just in politics, but also giving back in our communities. And there's all kinds of ways that we can do that. But I'm getting on my soapbox. So thank you, Kevin and Brady and everybody for having me.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Wesley Hodges of the Hodges Foundation. It's a foundation of rural and economic development. Rural because I'm from Alabama and I'm from native of the Black Belt area, which is one of the most underserved areas in the country. And it spans, most people just think it's in Alabama or in the South, but it spans from about 13 to 15 states all the way up to Maryland Eastern Shore. Which is why, Maryland Eastern Shore all the way down. So we seek to serve all of these states, but at the same time, we have to start at home and then spread abroad. So we started in Alabama, and we have in Alabama 18 counties that are in the Black Belt. So we have not only, 13 states to deal with, but just in the state of Alabama, we have 18 counties that we have to deal with in the Black Belt. So our mission was, one simple mission was to improve the quality of life. And most people ask us, well, when you say improve the quality of life, what do you mean? And that means to just uplift us, period. And it's not black or white or Native American, whatever you want to call it yourself. This is everybody. In these underserved areas, all of us are experiencing the same problems. So it's not just tailored to black or white. So our goal was to get in first and foremost and develop the capacity, because most of the organizations in these areas of low-income rural areas don't have the personnel. They don't know how to, they don't even know how to solicit personnel in order to find the right people to connect with the resources like here. So our goal was to first develop the capacity, and it took us about 5 years to develop the capacity, and we 5 years. So we have exercised everything and experienced everything, especially with COVID. COVID allowed us to see just how underserved we really were, because once COVID hit, it took us out, and we were dormant for quite a while. We were dormant for until now. So we've been dormant for so long now that we just really are ready to get back to what we were doing with the capacity that we have, and now match the funding is what we are hoping, that you all see that these underserved areas and the rural areas are in dire need of the funding. I know I'm not, and this is not to take away from anything that the other states and cities seek to achieve with their funding requests, but in the South, in Alabama in particular, in the Black Belt of Alabama, we are in dire need of resources, or these cities and municipalities, localities will be extinct within the next 5 years. Yeah, because the median age around these areas is about, let's say, 59. Yeah, so you don't have youth, you don't have anything to retain the youth. So we have in the foundation, we have about 9 departments, and these departments are serviced from health and human resources to youth development, to sports and recreation, to arts and entertainment, also to housing and neighborhood development, which started as urban development, but neighborhood development is more, But we have all of these departments that we have, and each department has at least 1 chair and about 3 to 5 committee members. So the capacity is there. The personnel, we have gone far and beyond measures in order to get the personnel. Now it's more so of having someone trust Southern organizations, because I don't know what, we don't have a good look, and I understand why. We don't always use the money as we should, and that's not the youth's fault. In this instance, I'm a youth, but it's not the youth's fault. It's more of what we need to push forward. And I'm just focused here today to see what can we do to push everything forward, to push the envelope for all of us.
Awesome. Thank you all very much for those thorough background and descriptions of the work that you do. I think piggybacking off of the title, government spending and the exclusion of minority organizations, the first question I would like to ask is, what are the economic and social consequences of excluding minority organizations from government spending initiatives? And I'm going to leave that open. Go ahead, Endora. Yeah.
I'll take that one from 2 perspectives. One is personally what I've experienced, and then the second is sort of nationwide. So I grew up in Washington, D.C., which is a bubble. So that's why I said my personal experience and then what's happening nationally.
Right.
So personally, growing up in Washington, D.C., we had a amazing mayor, Marion Barry. So he created a whole black upper class economy.
Correct.
So growing up, I saw my neighbors do what I later called zip code changing deals. They lived in my neighborhood, then they moved out to these big, huge homes, and they had things like boats and Harleys and they bought other businesses. So that's what I grew up seeing my entire life. I've known black millionaires and black people in power.
Wonderful.
But you leave Washington, D.C., and you find out you were living in a bubble, because
Absolutely.
that definitely is not the case nationwide.
No.
So what I experience is people being able to support their immediate family, support churches in their communities, support underserved people from their business that was doing business with the government. So I saw them be able to kind of learn, earn, and return. They learned how to do business, they earned the money, and then they returned back to their neighborhoods to give back. But then nationally, there's just such a deficit when only 3% of black businesses actually do business with the federal government. On both sides of my family, my mother and my father, we had entrepreneurs doing businesses federally and with DC government. For example, like circa 70s, my uncle had Amco gas stations. I'm hanging out with him and someone gasses up and pulls off, and I'm ready to throw a rock at the window, like, what's happening? Did he gas and go? So my uncle explained, no, I do business with the federal government. You didn't see him sign a ledger. We talking 70s, there was no email and all of that. He signed a ledger, my uncle, he filled up government vehicles. So anybody from DC, that gas station right by Heckinger Mall, my uncle owned that for decades. On my father's side, we had Govan Printing. And so, again, Marion Berry, he gave that uncle printing contracts. So signs on the street, don't park between 9 a.m., whatever. My uncle did that type of printing. But then nationally, so if you don't have that vehicle to bring in that money to change your life, your family's life, the community life, our communities suffer when the stakeholders aren't participating. Now, whether it's by choice or by force, because 3% is a low number, just where we are, our percentage as black Americans, those numbers should be up. So one of the reasons I didn't start U.S. Gov policy, but I bought into the company. So one of my personal growth strategies, I don't want to always build a business. I mean, I'm a senior citizen now, so I don't have time to do that. But I can buy a part of a company, use my knowledge base to help grow that company.
Correct.
And then in turn, you're doing something to solve the problem, because you want to be a solutionist.
Absolutely.
So if it's only 3%, how do you get that percentage up? Well, you teach, you train, you coach, you mentor. So that's what our business does. There's an upcoming conference here in D.C., the largest government procurement fair in the nation. Happens every year here at the D.C. Convention Center every June.
Every June.
But you have to be designated already to do business with the government to attend. You can't even get in. So no looky-loos, no tire kickers.
Right.
The matchmaking sessions, the world's largest billion-dollar companies that's doing defense work, that's going to the moon, Mars, our new destinations, as one of the panelists said. So there are people who aren't even thinking about Earth. They're making billions on other galaxies. So if we aren't even in the first game, how do we get in all these other games?
Exclusion is, it's such a big problem.
Right.
And I think it's going to take more than, I think what Ms. Chang was saying is like the passion needs to be placed in the hearts of a lot of people I mean, the masses, not just a lot of people, to begin to push that, to do something, to be activated, like, and I'm not on the panel, but I definitely feel, and not feel, I know the reason why the number is low is ignorance, lack of knowledge, lack of education, lack of resources, to be able, like, not even aware, you know? And we'll get into that later, because Keevan, I keep Keevan, but we do at some point want to talk about hood and politics, because that's the lack of information, you know. Anyway, moving forward, let's get into, and thank you very much. Absolutely.
Thank you. And so I think it's a little bit more, the DC bubble is lovely. I love it when I'm here because I'm just like, oh, I can rest. But I live in Texas, and it's a different perspective out there. You know, so when it comes to opportunities, yes, they are there, but a lot of times what they do with minority businesses is that we're just boxes that are checked because they already know who they're going to contract with. And that has happened more times to me personally than I even want to share publicly. And so there's also this backdoor system too, as far as we know who we have to work with, who we want to work with. And we've been working with them all of our lives, because guess what? In Texas, you've got 4 and 5 and 6 generations of Texans.
Yep.
And what was going on in the world 6 generations ago? That's right. Some people who look like me were owned by people who don't look like me. And unfortunately, you have a mindset, and the state is so large, you can be driving 10 hours and still be in the state of Texas.
Yeah.
And you know what, you can go here on the East Coast, you go through 3 or 4 different states.
Yes.
And so a lot of those people are isolated, and they're not even thinking, you know, so when I come in from, you know, another state, I'm called an outsider. I'm like, excuse me, I'm an American citizen, you're calling me an outsider? And so what happens is so certain parts of the country out of the DC bubble have a way that they've been doing things forever, and that's the way they want to do it and still do it. But in order to be compliant, then they'll literally call me, hey, LaTanya, we have this opportunity for your, and by the way, I'm a business owner since the year 2000. I forgot to say that. I've been a CEO of a company. And so they say, hey, we have this opportunity for you to be able to, you know, come on in and engage with us. I'm like, great, stop what I'm doing. We call these unbillable hours that you don't get paid for, that you're just kind of like praying to God that you're going to be able to recoup those hours at some point. Tons and tons of that time getting everything in compliance and ready for what they need. Submit after they called me. But do you think that after I submitted, I even got a phone call for an interview to find out what's next? How can you engage with it? No. And so, yes, there are these systems that are in place that supposedly help, and in Washington, awesome. But outside of the bubble, a lot of us are struggling to even have an opportunity to get a contract with the state.
Yes.
Local is a little bit easier sometimes with the county or with the city of Austin, but as far as the state of Texas and even federally, it is a challenge.
That sounds like communication channels. Yes.
I mean, I'm also a native Washingtonian, and I did also benefit from the uplift and foundation building that Barry built. So I was in the Mayor's Youth Leadership Program. I was the youth mayor of Washington for a year. And so I know the power of that economic empowerment, you know, early on, and how it changes your mindset. And yes, Washington is a bubble, but it's difficult, you know, for the black folks that are left in Washington. It's more kind of a latte city than it is chocolate city anymore. And you know, so gentrification and you know, a lot of the systems that are being redesigned to disenfranchise those who are here is certainly an issue. But, you know, I would just say, I mean, clearly I represent a large fish in a pond. And so, you know, the piece that I would offer is access is a big issue. And, you know, I love how a lot of these panels have this connective tissue about systems, because that's really what this is about. And understanding what the systems are, how the systems work, and how they intersect with each other to continually oppress and marginalize people, and to really intentionally leave certain people out. And so people will say, well, you know, certain people are not benefiting from certain contracts because they are not working hard enough, and this is the kind of bootstraps mentality, which we know is a farce. And so the lack of access, the lack of knowing which tables to sit at, and who you need to know to be able to get in on certain contracts, I mean, that's intentional. And so when we talk about dismantling systems, we have to be talking about how do we create access, but not acting like it's a meritocracy, because it never has been.
I agree, especially coming myself from other states, and then moving here and like you know, it became like, it was like all these black people, you know, so I can, yeah, I mean, because versus someone who's from here, like, you know, being in the bubble, but I'm coming from Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. So, you know, and then coming to Prince George's County and Washington, D.C., it was like a whole new world, you know, so overstood on that. And so just let me ask another question, McKinney. Tell me about how reverse discrimination actions have influenced your organization's programs.
Well, I mean, you know, we are, for lack of a better term, I mean, we're a consultant, right? So we are a nonprofit. We have nonprofit status and we have a philanthropic arm, but we are a consultant that does work for our clients. So I don't know that reverse discrimination really kind of shows up for us. What I would say is that, you know, a lot of nonprofits and maybe even companies to a degree, most of my career has been in the corporate world, you know, we talk about having a mission, but what I will say, what really inspires me about the American Institutes for Research is that the focus on equity, the focus on truthfully acknowledging that systemic racism exists, and that it needs to be addressed through an evidence base to prove what the outcomes can be when you look into unsettling those systems. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I continue to be at AIR, because we do look at the problem truthfully, as was spoken on an earlier panel, and we seek to hold ourselves accountable. I mean, we are an organization of 1,800 people around the world, and so we're a microcosm of the world at large. We are not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but, you know, we have a board of directors that holds us accountable to everything that we commit to around inclusion inside our company and through the work that we do. So I don't know that that really applies to us directly, but we also recognize that we are just as flawed and imperfect as any part of this country.
And that's very important to acknowledge versus people who are like, you know, they want to just rep in what they think is, you know, I'm just going to say versus the reality. And being sincere like that, it humbles other people to want to, well, what can I do? You know, and feeling like they have a voice with you versus someone who is like, I don't connect, you know. Okay, so moving along. I'm going to jump down a little bit in my questions and get more around infrastructure. Let me see. To what extent are minority communities involved in the planning and decision-making processes for infrastructure projects that affect their specific neighborhood? Because we've already been talking about that. So, for example, in Alabama, in rural communities in Alabama, what are some of the things that people are doing in that regard?
When you say in that regard,
I'm sorry, let me read the question.
I was about to say, you saying is referring to the interest in the infrastructure?
Yes, infrastructure.
I mean, it's very little, because they don't understand what
we can't hear you, so.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yes, please
All right,
speak
cool.
up.
Sorry
Thank
about that.
you.
Can you, so it's very little, because most people, average person doesn't really understand exactly what infrastructure is.
Right, yes.
Yeah, so, right. So it's more of a giving these communities a basic description or basic Webster dictionary or or thesaurus of what these terms are that we're using. So the thing is, infrastructure is everything, though. It's your healthcare, it's your natural gas setup, it's whatever entities or whatever amenities that you can put around a community in order to bring in other resources and networks. So if you are in, say for instance, my hometown, Abolaji, and you have the most that you have as far as economic anything is 2 gas stations. So you don't have law enforcement, you don't have medical. Nearest medical is the county seat, and which is the case in most like small rural towns. Yeah, the county seat is your go-to.
Right.
You know, so you don't have grocery, you don't have produce, you don't have, all
You
of
have
those
to go
amenities.
to the next.
Yeah, to the next city, which could be 8 to 25 to 40 miles away, depending
Wow.
on your preference. So, when you talk about infrastructure, and guess what? The crazy thing about it is, the infrastructure of my hometown is actually set up to be a dynamic city. It has a waterway, it has all rails run through my hometown. So you have Alabama Gulf Coast Rail, you have Norfolk Southern, you have all these rails that run directly in my backyard. But you also have Colonial Pipeline, the fuel line in my backyard as well. So you have all of these resources, but people don't know what to bring in around those resources in order to promote the economic infrastructure. So you have economic infrastructure, but you also have regular edifice infrastructure as well. See what I'm saying? So, that's basically, they have no interest because they don't know what it is.
Yeah. And so, I think I'm just gonna, off the side from what I have here, what we keep circling in whatever part of the United States we're in, there's a breakdown in communication and education, even to get to the resources that are available. So at some point, we can further the conversation to look at, how does that look without having to even use government money and just doing it as a business owner, as a people, like just investing your time to see what that, not even what, just do it. Like how, let's get together, have a meeting, same way people plan anything else, you know what I mean? And then get the media in and go forward. But I want to ask a question changing. Have any of you received new market tax credit or opportunity funds?
During the Opportunity Zone designation, one of the first things I did with a group of pastors is we and Joel, your friend, he participated.
Oh, Joel, yes.
Yes. I felt when the Opportunity Zone designation came, and you look at the communities that it was for. So the Opportunity Zone, you can invest, and there are tens of thousands of zip codes across the country that were zoned low income. You can invest in real estate, or you can seed businesses. If you keep your investment in for at least 10 years, your capital gains, you wouldn't pay capital gains, if you all know what the capital gains tax is. The difference from what you invested and what your investment made. So that's mind-boggling. But in the black community, who really had the money to do the investment? And they came out of our community. So I felt the largest landowner is the black church, primarily in our neighborhoods, especially some of the historic churches. They've been there for over a century. And during what we call those drug years, where it was very bad in inner cities, most pastors bought properties around them. And you look up and they own a city block or 2 to 3 city blocks. So we gather pastors together to do Opportunity Zone funding workshops, because I knew the big hedge fund people would pounce on the pastors. And we've seen it all across America, pastors who sustained that neighborhood until it was gentrified, really didn't benefit from gentrification because some took the money. Now, we have pastors here who've held on to their properties, like right here in this room. So did I personally benefit? We have some deals in the works. So we're hoping that we come out good on the other side. But I'm such a trainer at heart that whatever the problem is, I try to become a solution or an answer for the stakeholders. So even if it's something that I may not personally profit off, how can I identify that person that can profit and let them know you have a profit? Because sometimes we don't even know we're in the game.
Right.
You know, we don't realize that grandma and grandpa's house that they bought in the 60s for maybe $15,000
Definitely.
is now worth $1 million.
Yeah.
And it's sometimes hard for the children that are left to believe it. So when someone comes around, same story, different year, briefcase full of money, but right now, wire you some money.
Right.
I'll give you 300,000 right now, and you're saying, wow, I've never had 300,000. Well, you should be getting $1 million, like as is.
You don't know.
You know, but we don't know.
Yeah, you don't know.
So it goes back to how do we educate stakeholders? And I mean, education is the name of the game. Education, preparation, and participation.
Yes.
That's the name of the game.
Okay, well, we have our time. We're going to make use of our last 12, 13 minutes of the conversation. And I want to hear, I guess I asked everybody about the new market tax credit and opportunity zones, but it seems to be a thread that all goes back to the education piece that we've been talking about. So moving forward, what are some actionable steps that the government and stakeholders can take to promote fairness and equity in infrastructure? We know what they've done wrong. We've talked about, you know, the barriers and where we see that the ball is being dropped. But, like, what are we going to do, or what do you think we can do to hold these government officials, congressional members, and other stakeholders accountable?
Thank you. I would just say, don't forget the local opportunities. Don't forget the public comments. You know, in most local governments, you have a 2 to 3 minute opportunity to share about anything that can be on the agenda or not on the agenda. So say, for example, you know, what's happening with the MBD, well, that's federal, but something that's happening in your local community that you're not happy about, grab 10 or 15 of your best friends and just script something for everybody. Let them come up to the mic and give them that 2 to 3 minute section, even if they're just reading it verbatim, fine. It's a matter of the public record. So even though we may not be able to come to some of these meetings because they are inconvenient, the parking is bad, it's at a time when you're probably working, you're spending time with your family, but if there's a group of people who can get together and just say, you know what, we're not happy with the way things are going, so we're going to go and at least make a public comment. And while we're making that public comment, maybe come a little bit earlier, have a meeting with your city council person, your commissioner, and share with them and let them know. It's like, hey, I'm a constituent too, and so you need to also talk to me. I may not be a large donor, but I'm one of your constituents. And then, yes, you know, because sometimes, and God bless you, of course. You know, but there are times when certain people who are giving more are also getting more attention. So, of course, we're here in Washington. It's a big federal place, of course. But don't forget the small piece as well, because as they say, all politics is local.
Wesley, did you want to go next?
Yeah, and that's great. That is a great strategy to take. But from my perspective, it's really going to take a grassroots campaign. Like I'm saying, it's like the public comments thing. That's great. But in most of these areas, you have at the council meeting, the mayor meeting, you have just the council and the mayor. So it's falling on dead ears because they don't really want to, have to deal with it. So it's been pushed aside or tabled, as they say. But at the same time, a grassroots campaign, as in you find these resources and these personnel pieces that you need, and action, not words, but grab those pieces while they're there with you, and then bring them to you. Or now we have the luxury of having WhatsApp and Teams and all of this stuff, so we can bring this to the table in person, in the face of these city councilmen, the commissioners and aldermen and all of this, all of these personnel pieces that move it forward. But it takes the community first. So if you bring it to the community first in the church, as if most things happen in our areas, it happens in the church. So bring those grassroots organizations, as I did a long time ago, brought it within the church, and have the church members actually entertain these panels and sessions just like we are doing here today. And then they push it out into the community and actually take it to the community. But at the same time, you have to go a step forward and then go into the community with those same church people and do the same thing. It's only going to have to, it has to be a grassroots campaign in order for the pieces to work together, because nobody's going to relate to you if you're not, okay, technically, if you're in front of them in person. Nobody's going to relate to you if they can't see you. Calling them on the phone and talking, that works. But if they hear you and they hear your rhetoric and your rhetoric is not sounding like theirs, that's a turnoff automatically. So if you come in and it sounds like you're more, and don't you for 1 second downplay your education, but if you sound more educated on the phone, in some of these areas, that is the largest turnoff. That's the fastest way to turn off someone. So you have to get into it, and they have to see you. They have to see that you're genuine about your interest in their community and how to push the envelope forward once again. So yes, 300,000 is great if you could get 1 million, but to 300,000 to a person who has been making it work off of 1,000, you can do wonders. So it's just a matter of perspective.
And I'm going to build on that because nothing, I think history has taught us the power of the grassroots campaign and the power of many voices coming together and applying pressure. I think at the highest level, and what some of the previous panelists have spoken about, is the importance of putting that pressure on your policymakers and on legislators. And one of the best ways to do that is to understand who they're listening to. And so, you know, if you think about any individual policymaker having several degrees of influence around them, understanding what those bubbles of influence are, sometimes they are advocacy foundations like those that are represented in this room, sometimes they are bloggers, sometimes they are journalists, sometimes they are parent organizations. I mean, you'd be surprised. And it's sometimes hard to do that. I recognize that takes some degree of sophistication and elbow grease, but, you know, there is a limit, I think, sometimes to what a letter to your legislator can do. But when you apply pressure to the people they're listening to, you can really start to make a difference and get them to wake up and pay attention to your issue. Nothing, again, takes the place of the many voices on the ground, and we will always, always need that in our communities. But we have to put pressure and hold accountable these people that we are voting into these offices. And let's get to the people they're listening to.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I would just add, recognizing the state we're in now, technology is replacing millions of jobs. So right now, Public Works in many cities, they're putting sensors. You know, there's a sensor for everything. So there's a sensor for your trash can. They can tell how full your trash can is. And I'm going somewhere with this. So if your trash can is just a quarter full and at like 3/4, they can skip you. But what we're looking at, what we are not looking at, is they also use this data to determine how many public works workers we need. So if I'm not emptying your trash can every week, I don't need this many workers on the street. And people of a certain age, you know, like me, who are senior citizens, where are you going to work? Once that job is replaced by AI, you're now looking at age discrimination.
Absolutely.
So we are in such a crisis that we don't even know we're in. We're recognizing a crisis that we're in because we've just always been there. But this technology that's replacing jobs, Texas has the first McDonald's that's fully operated by AI. One manager, and I normally go to the International Franchise Show. This year there were so many robot booths. I've never seen it. I'll make your hamburger. My child isn't going to get sick because I'm a robot. I don't have a child. And so there is a state of emergency for job training, for entrepreneurs to start. Because if you're fired at 50, you may not want to be retired. So what do you do now with this life? And when you talk about the government, if we're just trying to get through today, because I filled out some procurement opportunities in 2023 for 2026. So if we're still just trying to get through today, trying to get through next week, cities are operating in decades.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And so that state of emergency needs to be rethinking how we're going to live life. Is it a new career? Is it starting a business? Is it going into politics to change from that side? But the crisis is so big and there's so many layers to this onion that every single person in this room is needed to do something.
Because they'll be impacted by it.
We need a Dr.
Already.
Steele who's not scared to say anything to anybody. We need a Dr. Edmonds in the room who's building affordable housing in DC. We need the local SCLC to take on local initiatives. We need a Kevin who can think of a policy for, I don't care, you say hot dogs, he gonna think of a policy for I mean, that's how his brain works. But every single person is needed to just change us as a whole. And it's never a but, it's and. Because
I'm
every
excited
single
about it.
person is
To
necessary.
work on that next, yes. So, Kevin wants, yes, please. This is all you. Like,
Wesley, you remember right down the street from you? I brought in the Mercedes-Benz rear tire plant.
Yes, sir.
All the Mercedes-Benz.
Yes, sir.
Built an $8 million building. I was a state senator.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It didn't stay there hardly a year. Am I right?
Right.
All the Mercedes-Benz that was being built, the SUVs, I brought it to an all-black county to put on all the time wheel assembly plant. And I raised $8 million to build the plant. Why it didn't stay? They left. I don't know. I'm asking you.
You know why. Local.
Local politics.
Local politics.
That's right.
our politics is local.
Local politics. And I won't go no further. But I feel good about it because I worked my behind off and convinced them to go there and raise $8 million to build a plant. And they're going to do all Mercedes-Benz. Hire something like 100 people. They didn't stay there a year because of local politics. All black politics.
Thank you.
I did that.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate the valuable information. I think this is what you call activated, because I want to go back and be like, okay, Kevin, let's get everybody together so we can do it. So, yes, thank you. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Let me bless somebody.
We can do it over there by the color. That's what they've been doing.
Oh, okay.
This is great. Nice to be on a panel with you.
Yes. Oh, okay. And I definitely want to talk. There's
pastor the Corona Baptist Church here in Washington, D.C. Also, I work as a housing justice attorney in Maryland and fighting for the rights of and representing low-income tenants who are facing eviction or behind on their rent as well. And so the work of justice is something that not just myself but all of the panelists have been doing for a while. And I want to open up with just with a quote from Dr. King. In his letter from a Birmingham jail, Dr. King said these words. He said, "There was a time when the church was very powerful. It was during that period that the early Christians rejoiced when they were deemed worthy to suffer for what they believed. In those days, the church was not merely a thermometer that recorded the ideas and principles of popular opinion. It was the thermostat that transformed the mores of society." And so that's where we are today, where we need our church leaders to be that thermostat, where we're not just reading the temperature of what's going on, but actually speaking out and being that thermostat and adjusting with the temperature as well. So I'm just going to ask each panelist just to kind of just give us your name, just a little bit about yourself. I know we got all preachers. Just take a minute just to kind of tell us where you're serving and just a little bit of what you're doing church-wise, denominationally, community-wise, just a little bit of an introduction before we get started. And we can begin right here with Dr. McCluster.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Carl McCluster. I'm the senior pastor at Shiloh Baptist Church in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Serving in my 30th year at Shiloh. It's the only church I've pastored. Came out of a great church, Union Baptist Church, Dr. Robert Perry, one of the former Hampton presidents. And have had a chance to work around the country with some great pastors, one of whom is sitting right next to me. Dr. Edmonds and myself did a national initiative with CVS and Freddie Mac. But Dr. George McCaleb down in Atlanta, I mean, there are just so many of them, you can't name them all. James McMurray in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Beverly Pegues, one of his friends and mine.
Oh my God.
Yes, that's right.
You knew I was like in elementary school.
Yeah. So for my next 30 seconds, I'll just say I've had the blessing and the privilege of doing consulting and work for most of the housing agencies that do affordable housing, federal home loan banks, the Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae, and have a desire to see housing as such an important part of what happens with people's lives. My father taught me that it's not the car you drive, it's the neighborhood you live in that has the most effect on you and the education you get. So, I'm just blessed to be in the room with people who are doing great things. I'm my Maryland president here for SCLC. I just watch her move and groove and get it done. We're a new chapter in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and we're just following the footsteps of Dr. Steele and the great economic development things that he has done. He talked about the Mercedes-Benz piece, reviving and saving the headquarters building in Atlanta on Auburn Avenue. Credit where credit is due, amen. So, the one thing I'll say is collaboration is the most important thing. Getting with the right people who have the right mindset and willing to work with you, and we work together. We all work for God. We work with and for one another. Amen.
There's always room for one more.
I'll be last. We can sit down, let Bishop sit
Bring
down.
his seat over. There's more room.
My name is Lionel Edmonds. I pastor Mount Lebanon Baptist Church in Washington, D.C. I help churches and black businesses create, sustain, mature, and grow their organizations. I've done about $1 billion worth of business for black churches and black businesses around the country. Glad to be here.
Just sit. I want to sit next to him. I don't want you to.
Now they moving me. I'm the only woman up in here, sisters.
This is Women's History Month, and he gonna tell me to move. He gonna tell me to move. He don't understand that I'm an angry black woman. I'm angry because the world has not been good to us. I'm angry because I'm a female pastor and it hasn't been easy. I'm angry because I'm in this place today and I was hungry when I got here. But to you understand who allowed me to be on this panel, to my brother, my friend, Dr. SCL out of Atlanta, Georgia, taking me back with him. But I'm the Reverend Dr. E.Gail Anderson Otis. I'm the senior pastor of Methodist Episcopal Church. I am a Howard lawyer, finished an left Howard and went right to Atlanta, Georgia to work on the Wayne Williams trial, which was the Atlanta murdered children's case at age 24. I served on the National Board of Directors for the NAACP with Roy Wilkins, Ben Hooks, Margaret Bush at age 16. So I'm a fighter. I had to fight all my life.
Come on now.
So Bishop Macklin, I'm here to fight, but I know I got some good team members up in here. So I know I got some backup, but I'm the youngest of 10, so I'm used to having backup. So I'm here to speak truth to power and to share with you what I know. I've been an activist all of my life. Born and raised in Columbia, South Carolina, and can't nobody do me like Jesus, and so can't nobody shut my mouth but Jesus. I'm here to do what God has called me to do.
Amen.
Between Keith and Lionel, these my boys right here.
Good afternoon. That's why I asked her to move, so I could not be behind her. That was the point, but we're grateful to God to be here tonight and grateful for Pastor Spann inviting us to be here. My name is Keith Bird Sr. I'm the pastor of the Zion Baptist Church in Northwest Washington, D.C. I, too, am a native Washingtonian, and we're just working to build community. Our church prides itself in working with our seniors. For those of you who are familiar with D.C., Ward 4, where Zion Baptist Church is located, has the highest population of seniors in the District of Columbia, and so we have been working. We have a 40-year partnership with the D.C. Office on Aging and Community Living. We have a senior day program and hoping to convert that into about 70 to 75 units of quality, not simply affordable, but quality senior housing so folks can age in place. We have a wonderful stuff's going on at Walter Reed. I have folks going out in Montgomery County. But I have people that live in Ward 4 in Shepherd Park and Crestwood and those areas, and they would like to live in the communities where they have raised their children and their families. And so we're looking forward to doing that. And so I came here to get some answers so I can move the city to help me get this stuff built.
Charles Steele Jr., President, CEO of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Been in Dr. King's position for almost 20 years. And the only person that has outserved me was Dr. Joe Zolari, my mentor. He served 21 years. So I'm in the ministry of civil rights, and I'm the first to tell you, it doesn't take a whole lot of folks to get something done. It was Margaret Mead, the great psychologist, zoologist, who said that all of the major changes in the world came about because of 2 and 3 people. 2 or 3 people can do it. You don't see me with no driver. You know, you got a driver, he gonna listen to everything you say and then tell your enemy. You know what I'm saying? You got to, nobody sit beside me when I'm driving but my wife. And when she was not with me in Selma, it felt like, you know, she had gone on to heaven, because everybody say, where is she? Where is she? So what I'm saying is that it's a lonely position. It's tough. The folks around you are the ones you have to watch.
Yes.
They want your position.
Yes.
And they are jealous of who you are. And these are folks from all the way from elementary school, kindergarten, all the way to adulthood. I have a saying that says the diameter of your mind is determined by the circumference of your environment. You better know who your friends are, and you need to change some.
Amen. I'm going to ask Bishop Anthony Macklin.
Good afternoon. I'm Bishop Anthony G. Macklin, the sanctuary at Kingdom Square. We started out in Northeast Washington, D.C., Ward 7 as the Glendale Baptist Church. The church is going to be 97 years old this year. We are now currently located in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. I've moved so many times, I got to keep track of where we've moved. Born and raised in Washington, D.C. I was blessed to be able to go to Howard University, School of Business, on a Kemper Scholarship. I was one of the first Kemper scholars to go there, and I really got baptized with fire about trying to do something for economic development for our people. Having grown up in Ward 7 and seen all of the things, and I need a driver because I'm a little slow, number one. Number two, I'm coming down a city that I was raised in, that a lot of it I don't even know anymore. And a lot of it you don't know anymore. God has a sense of humor. I was getting ready to graduate, going to work and live in the insurance industry and going to do well and retire. And then he calls you to preach your last year of school. And I've been wrestling for years, and it's been 37 years now, with this one angel on this shoulder that says, you got to do something to develop your communities, your people. The other angel on this shoulder that says, you got to save the souls and look out for the well-being of your people. I've spent, years of my life. We believe that as a congregation, we not only go into places, but we leave them better than they were when we came in. And I've got colleagues who are sitting at the table. Some of them, they gave me hell in the choir as a young cat. I never knew that he would grow up to be who he is now. I'm staying out his way so the Keith Bird doesn't get me. We'll probably see each other at the funeral tomorrow. But we spent years doing some things, and my greatest contribution, and thank you, Pastor Spann, is to be able to put into the hearts of other pastors and ministers that we can go into communities and make a difference. I grew up watching the old Hampton Mall with its drugs, with its crime, with its prostitution, with all of the things that people said that we could not do. And the Lord just put it on my heart. Buy the mall, renovate it. And we engaged in the project at the end of the stock market crash. If you ride by that mall now, it is, the office building is up, and now the old building has been torn down. So they're on their way to getting that finished. $250 million. Of course, I didn't get any of it, but you leave it all there, and you do it so that, first of all, your people might be able to see something better. You talk about the politicians. I had to deal with the politicians who said that the church doesn't belong there. And I'm like, okay, well, where does the church belong? And so we engaged in a journey going across the country. I wasn't on the cane when all this started. Going across the country to bring equity to communities called Capitol Heights when nobody wanted to come to. And we had to convince them, literally change the name. So that project is not in Capitol Heights, it's in Hampton Park. Because when people saw Hampton Park, they saw something different. You will notice that the Blue Line corridor is taken off now, and a number of things that are happening. And I say jokingly, I thank God for the colleagues that are at this table because they keep pushing me. I'm trying to retire in 3 years. They're going to push me out of the way. I'm going to probably go live in Keith Bird's senior building, and they're going to take good care of me. Thank you for allowing us to be here.
Amen. God bless you. God bless you. I just want to kind of jump right in as clergy and community leaders. You have the hearts and the ears of the people. You all are right on the ground. And so this is a policy conference, and I just want to start out, and we can just go down the line or feel free to jump in. Just as clergy and community leaders, what policy matters do you think our community should be working on, focusing on? I don't know, housing, economic development, healthcare. whatever's on your heart, police brutality, whatever you think. What, as people who have the ears that are on the ground of the people, what policy matters do you think we should be focusing on, and why?
Can I start by simply saying, and it was a gentleman who was talking about Mercedes-Benz and all those things, and having lived in Prince George's County, I hate the fact that we've got to drive to other counties and to D.C. in order to get quality. You can't buy, unless something changed in the last couple of years, a Mercedes-Benz or a high-priced car in Prince George's County. Our policy has been housing, 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 and therefore we are struggling now because we don't have the economics. We can get the McDonald's, we can get the Subways, we can get all the fast food places, but why do we have to drive downtown if we want to go to the upper scale restaurants? Because we have some of the highest paid people in the county, not only just African American, in the country. And we've got to try to work the policies to say to the retailers and to the big corporate owners, if you're going to do business with us anywhere, you've got to make sure you do business with us everywhere. Okay.
Dr. Holmes.
I would just say clearly, the church's role has always been and will always be advocacy. If you don't have someone advocating on your behalf, you're going to be lost. Justice is at the heart of God's plan for all of us. And if we're not the ones who are receiving justice, then it's just us. And as a lawyer and as a pastor, I'm bivocational. And I was telling my table over there, I was a lawyer before I was a pastor, so every now and again I might step out of the KJV, Dr. Steele, and say a word that's not there, Bishop. But we need to understand that if we are not doing what God has called us to do to demonstrate this justice, this advocacy, and it crosses the board. I was just recently elected as the chair for Ward 1 Democrats. Ward 1 encompasses Howard University, the U Street corridor, all the other names that they have changed around that area. Development has occurred where people that grew, I am the only American of African descent for 3 blocks. And I'm basically on Howard's campus from Sherman Avenue all the way up to Georgia Avenue. I'm the only one left in that area. And if we don't take care of this housing situation that is happening, and Dr. Bird said beyond the affordable, because it's not affordable. When they say this is affordable housing, what is affordable? What is your income to make it affordable for you? So housing is always going to be an issue, and we've got to advocate. We've got to have people that will go out and get those billions of dollars and build these houses for seniors and build housing for families, 3 and 4 bedrooms. We need that. We don't just need public housing that folk will stay there generationally. We need for them to be in a place where they can feel like they're at home, like Dorothy, who said there's no place like home. Then we need to deal with the health care issues. The health care is major in this country right now. I just got out of the hospital. I was in the hospital for a week and then home for another week. It's my first week out. I went to pick up my medication. One medication was $47, one was $200, and one was $600. But because the pharmacist knew me, they went back and checked the record, and my insurance had been kicked out. The $47 medication became $0. The $200 medication became $4.75. And the $600, I still got to go pick that up. If $600, that's above my health issue. But can you imagine people saying they can't afford their medication? They've got to buy dog food in order to eat so they can get this expensive medication that's most times killing them anyway. Because the pharmaceutical companies, that's why we have this opioid abatement situation going on across the country. Because they put all this medication in our communities. The same thing they did with the drugs with those kids who were Black Panther members that started school feeding programs. They were college students looking out for our health care. We've got to be able to do that. And even with our education, affirmative action is gone. Our HBCUs, if we don't give back, they're going to take everything that we have built for our people because we couldn't go nowhere else. Growing up in Columbia, South Carolina, everything I needed was in my community. My uncles had a radio, fixed radios. Ones were plumbers. My grandfather had a company. Everything we needed. It wasn't just my family, but it was everybody. We had cleaners. And as soon as these other companies, I can't call no names, came into our communities, they closed us down with the fake news of it's better together. No, we did better when we wasn't together. I mean, if the truth be told, I mean, we don't want to go backwards, but I'm just saying just what it is. They didn't invite me to the table. I pulled up a chair to the table. And so if we don't deal with these issues, and if we don't deal with this voting situation that's in our community, we are going to be lost. You got a man that can do all the things that he's done and is about to be on every ballot in America. Come on. Is something wrong with that picture? Close to getting back in. And we can't say openly what ought to happen to him, but I would be like David, may his tongue cleave to the top of his mouth. You know, no weapon formed against us shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against us to keep us down, because that same foot that you got on my neck is the same foot that will break once somebody comes and pushes you out the way. We've got to stay on the wheel, and we've got to stay together collectively and advocate on behalf of our communities. It doesn't matter who gets the money. It doesn't matter who's in charge. As long as we get it, and as long as we're able to take care of our people and to take care of our community.
So I want to piggyback upon that. We need to work collectively and work together. If you just go across the panel and around the room, all the gifts, not all of them, but so many of the gifts, talents, understanding, experience are gathered together. But do we work together? Do we really work on all those levels? I mean, you named like 7 different critical issues, right? And we have experts in those issues. But as long as they're siloed. So when we begin to work collaboratively in that respect, I think one of the things I learned working with Dr. Edmonds, because L. Charles Bennett brought us together. He was working, so for me, housing is the thing I've been most involved in, the most engaged in. We have a private company, we have a nonprofit, CDC, that's a part of the church, and we have the church itself. And right now we probably have about $2.5 billion worth of affordable mixed income housing development coming forward. Because affordable housing by itself might not be the answer for a specific community. If we want those other services in our communities, then we're going to have to build them in as a part of the development. The young man that was from Alabama that sat up and talked about what happens when you go before the board and da-da-da-da-da in the small towns, happens in the big cities too. Just smoother with it, right?
That's all.
And the answer is already done before you show up, unless we show up together. So we need to show up together. We need to begin to construct relationships and collaboration that allows us to fill in those gaps so that our community can not just have, because we have folk come in, once you get the neighborhood good, you can get somebody to come in there and bring their restaurant in and bring their resources in and take our money out. But the only way we keep it in is if we own it, if we develop it, we plan it together. And that takes some humbling, it takes some self-effacing, it takes realizing I can't do what Lionel can do, and he might not be able to do what I can do, and I don't do what Macklin does, and Robinson doesn't do what he does out in where Silver Spring is. So it takes that type of work, and it takes an intentional, and what I find going around the country, and I've worked in 23 states, in many major cities from San Francisco and Oakland to Atlanta and back up to Connecticut and all around it. And what I find is that many times we're so busy trying to be in charge and trying to be first that we would rather break it down. I'm just being real, because we're in the room to be real, right? So busy trying to be first and want to be the one that gets the star power and all that kind of stuff that you don't win anything. We fight each other. And the one thing that I go back to with Reverend Edmonds, you know, when L. Charles brought us together and put us in a room and said, all right, you two, use some words that I don't usually use, you know. Not in the King James Version, no. It might be in the Message somewhere, but he said, I see what you two have, if you guys will work together, then both of you will be enhanced, and so will our communities. So in California and Long Beach down there, in the valley, down from San Fernando Valley down there, in DC, in Atlanta, in Chicago, and in Connecticut, we worked on a project with them together.
Well, I would say, whether it's affordable housing, whether it's workforce development, whether it's empowering black churches and black businesses, it all comes under the umbrella of acquiring power. Power is the ability to do things. We're in a place now, DC, where an organization called Federal City Council controls much of the power that goes on in this city. And you have political power with the elected officials. They keep us divided. And through that division, we don't access power. So I would say, whether it's affordable housing, workforce development, whatever it is, you have to get power. And power comes through the ability to have organized money and organized people. And if you have organized money and organized people, you can get not just a seat at the table, but you can decide what's on the menu.
That's right. That's right.
And that's where I think we all should come together. Churches and businesses should work together. Businesses cannot do it by themselves. They need to have the power of the church to help them get to the table, cut the deal. Once the deal gets cut, the black church, the black businesses need to come and reinvest in the black churches. So I would say the most pressing thing is us organizing ourselves. If you have to pay somebody to help organize your group, pay them. It doesn't take a whole lot. And then get an agenda, lay the foundation, and then begin to access that power. That's what I believe is the most important thing we have to do nowadays. It can start with black businesses, labor unions. Dr. King was not just a great prophetic speaker and leader, he was a great organizer. You know, a great organizer. So I think we got to get back to that, as has been said, working together, black business, black churches, schools, get an agenda, and then push corporations, push elected officials to give us a share of power, which might express itself in housing or contracts or what have you.
And I would just add, again, we have a panel of all-stars, and so I would just add to that, I think one of the challenges, and the black church has been so instrumental historically in so many different areas, but here's a challenge that I think we're facing, and I think all of us can attest to the fact, certainly in the District of Columbia, and that is the impact of gentrification. Many of our churches are losing their base. And when you lose your base, you have limited options in terms of what you can do, what you can contribute to, because the church goes into survival mode. And one of the areas, as we all know, where churches, and someone said it in the previous panel, a lot of the real estate that is available real estate now in the District of Columbia is owned by the faith community. However, policy-wise, the District of Columbia makes it so doggone difficult for churches to actually develop the one asset that they have that can provide at least an economic base so that they can do some of the advocacy and pour into the community. And I find it absolutely alarming that we cannot get our elected officials to literally carve out portions of some of the funding. We have, I can't think of what you all know what the, here in the city, what is the Housing Trust Fund? I have advocated at least for 10 years to set aside a portion. It's how much is the Housing Trust Fund now? Is it at $1 billion yet? It was. I know the city says all of a sudden the city doesn't have any more money.
It went down.
But the Housing Trust Fund, it was $600, $700, $800 million at one point. But international builders were coming in and getting most of that money.
That's
The
right.
faith community couldn't have been, I mean, you got 2 or 3, maybe 5 churches competing with these super conglomerate builders, and you can't get the money. And so what I think is, someone else said in the previous panel, it's intentional. You mentioned Federal City. It's intentional. When you look at the overlay for the District of Columbia, in many of our communities where there are churches that have been here historically, and those overlays, those churches no longer exist. And I think it's intentional. They're trying to bleed us out. Through gentrification, we lose our base, and so what our churches are doing, they're chasing the people, so they're going to Berryville, and that's what I call Prince George's County. It's Berryville, and we need to give it its proper name because Marion Berry created the wealth in Prince George's County. Amen?
Yes, sir.
And so we find our churches chasing people. So we have churches that have historically been in the District of Columbia that they find that they sell to a builder, and then they move their church to some place they probably can buy cash for what they get for their property here. And so we lose the base in the city of our historically strong, advocacy-driven black churches. And I think we do have to come together and begin to address that before more of our churches leave. They're leaving, Dr. Edmonds knows that, they're leaving at alarming rates. And they're taking that money, you're talking about somebody says $300,000 when the house is worth $1 million. How about coming running and offering your church $500,000 when your property is worth $3 million?
You know,
This
is just an insert because this is not just a DC thing. If you look around the country, talk to Youngblood, right? About Brooklyn and air rights, how we're not aware or understanding what air rights are. And so a church that is trying to regentrify, they had 300, 400 members, and then they went down because of the redevelopment of the area around it. They have 30 or 40 members, now they're having trouble. So the builder comes in and says, because they're isolated, we're not sharing the information. And so the builder comes in and says, we can help you with this. You know, we can rebuild this for you, and we can give you a nice space to have your church in. You don't have to pay nothing but the condo fee. But what the people in Brooklyn didn't know about, in New York and several other large cities, about air rights.
Absolutely.
And so they build the building, they sell the building for $2 million, and then they build a $200 million project, and you get a little corner to work in. This is not a test. This is really what's going on. So this information sharing, and this is what I appreciate about Dr. Steele, SCLC, in this case. Just like I wanted to learn how to be a chapter president there, then he said, look at my Maryland president. She's the one getting it done, right? And so as a faith community, we need to take and learn from the guys that are doing it, right? And the people that know these different parts and come together. So I think that lack of knowledge is sometimes because we won't share that information with each other. If we can learn how to do that and have forums like this to share that, then that's when we begin to build on it. I'm sorry.
That's okay. What has happened, particularly here in Washington, D.C., those of us who are here, many of our churches have moved out. They have closed. They have moved mostly to Prince George's County or Berryville, as Dr. Bird has said. But then they put a moratorium on the building of churches in that same county. And so what happens is our advocacy does not extend to other places for us. In Washington, because the churches have moved, there are still people in Washington who want to go to church, but the churches aren't there. And the COVID did not help with closing the churches, and we went virtual. People believe that it's all right to stay at AME bedside church, because they can sing on the pillar choir and pull up the sheet music and not worry about moving any place. So our churches have lost as a result of just the environment and the situation that we find ourselves in. And so our advocacy begins to wane because there's no one there. The church, the black church, has always been the social services agency. The black church has always been the one that when people couldn't pay their electric bill, their water bill, their gas bill, or their mortgage, the church helped them out. When they couldn't buy shoes for their children, the church was there. When they couldn't get this or couldn't, they went to the pastor of the church, and the church members, and that little old lady that would pull out her scarf, her handkerchief, and pull it out and open up that little handkerchief and give you a nickel or something to put in church, and then, you got older, you got a dime, a quarter, and a dollar. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, that kind of camaraderie, that kind of togetherness that we needed, that we used to have, we had it. We had it back in the day. As a kid growing up with these leaders, with Roy Wilkins, Bishop Spotswoods, and all of those individuals, they were together. And we have disconnected ourselves because we think that it's all about us. It's me, my, and our. Our had nothing to do with it. It's just the time
And
of day.
speaking of the advocacy part of it, I'm going back to the gentrification because I think we really need to deal with how we're going to survive that. That's an existential threat to the black church, I know, in D.C. and perhaps across the country. Only thing that politicians respond to are numbers.
Numbers.
And I've had, and I'm not going to name the people, I don't want to get in trouble in D.C.
Name
That's
us,
my
brother.
city.
Name
But I sat on the mayor's interfaith council, and we pulled together some pastors.
Come on.
And she came, and we were talking about, we were working together to deal with the parking.
Yes.
And that whole thing went crazy. These permanent bike lanes, and traditionally we've been able to park certain kind of ways. And all of that makes our churches less attractive, and people go to the suburbs. And she said, well, Pastor Bird, it's funny that you all want to talk about parking. I thought you would talk about your empty pews.
And why are the pews empty?
Because you can't get a place to park.
Because you can't get
Can't
a place
get a
to
place,
park.
so they can't connect those dots, but we can.
We've
And
been
so I
doing
think that is a problem. And so, and what I took from that, and I'm supportive of the mayor, in certain areas, but what I took from that is, Bird, your biggest problem is you can't deliver people to get political power. You don't have people because they're in Prince George's County. So what do you really want me to do for you? That's how I took that. And you talking about coming together, it happens. If you can't deliver numbers in terms of residents in the District of Columbia, you're going to have a hard time moving any political power needles. It's just a fact. So we're going to have to grapple with what do we do with that. And you're right. The pandemic has made it so that, people just not coming. So where do we regain that political power if we can't even leverage our property to create some economic power because the policies are intentionally slanted towards us because they don't want us there any longer?
One of the things that we have to advocate for is to create our own pipeline of people who have the knowledge of how to get these things done. It costs me a lot of money to learn about air rights, okay? If we had and the people who knew about air rights had been hired away by the major corporations to represent them. We don't have a pipeline of people with the knowledge and the information coming back to the church and saying, here's what you do, here's what's happening. It took me a long time to find out about the 20-year plan for the community so that the politicians and everybody knew the metro was coming long before they dug the first hole. They already know those things.
Absolutely. That's what
And they already know, they've already planned for your church not to be there. And already planned for certain things to be in your community.
That's right.
We've got to have our own plan, because if you don't come to the table with the plan, people will write the plan for you. I was amazed. My brother, who's a retired Fairfax County police officer, who's now doing deliveries for one of those places, sent me pictures of Lorton Reformatory. Shocked the daylights out of me. I knew that people were building $500,000, $1 million houses, but I did not know that they've taken the prison cells. I got the picture in my phone. The prison cells where people used to live and people used to be incarcerated and made them high-priced condos and apartment buildings. There was a plan to close Lorton down, not for the benefit of keeping our people out of jail, but the benefit of making other people wealthy. We've got to come to the conclusion that we just tired of making everybody else wealthy. We're going back to where we just came from. We were used to make other people wealthy.
Say that, say that.
We've got to begin to focus on, and it's hard for the church to say this. I can't get up in church on Sunday unless they accuse me of being this type preacher, that type preacher, a prosperity preacher. We've got to bring the wealth back to our people through our people.
That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it.
I just want to make this note. In Washington, D.C., just in Ward 1, where I mentioned where Howard and all of those places are, 10 years ago, there in Ward 1, there were 475 black-owned businesses. 10 years ago. In 2024, right now, can you imagine what the number is? 32. And it might not be 32 anymore, because they have pushed us out. And Dr. Macklin, you said they turned Lorton into development for housing. Come to D.C., look in D.C. The churches. Now, God can't be pleased with some of the stuff that's happening up in there, with some of those folk up in there. But the churches are turning into condos. Ward 1 is infiltrated with it. And these churches that are closing, they're buying the churches. They're restructuring the buildings and making them into high-price condos or restaurants.
Can I be
They did it in Atlanta with the Abbey.
And keeping the facade of the church.
Doesn't mean a thing. Can I be passionate for a moment? It's the most amazing thing that the greatest conversations that's going on in our regions are about building stadiums.
Right.
Well, the question really is, not for them, the question is for us, right? Because we see it happen. It's every city. It's not D.C. It's every city. It's every major city. Kevin Blackburn, who was the director of National Public Affairs for the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco, is our advisory board chair for our Community Development Corporation, and has shown us model after model after model of what's happening in major cities across the country. And there's enough brain trust in the church if we're willing to get over ourselves and share it with one another. Not worried about what I'm not worried when can I just call you Lionel? When Lionel took me over to the senior housing place, I rejoiced, I danced in the lobby because I saw something being done by a church that is not often done, in a way that it's not often done. And I know the price that it costs a pastor to do that. I know what it costs Macklin to do that, because I see people trying to take people out all the time. And when I went to graduate school, my first job was working on Wall Street, and I understand something about money. And I understand a lot of this stuff that we're talking about is about money. The reason that the SCLC was a leading organization and continues to be is because, if a preacher is real, then they're not in it for the money.
That's right.
And you can't buy, I talk about Dick Blumenthal, Dr. Steele.
Yeah, I know.
They come when we ask them to come because they can't tell us what to say.
The U.S. Senator.
If you got to be willing to take the beating, whatever it is,
That's right.
to keep your voice. Because once you give it away, once you kiss the ring, you're done, baby. You're done. So I'm glad to be sitting with a bunch of folks who don't kiss the ring, but there's a whole lot of others out there that do. And if I'm talking to you, I'm talking to you. If I'm right about it, don't be mad at me. Be mad with yourself first, and then be mad with the devil. Because he's the one that sucked you in, and you're the one that did it. I'm just sick and tired of folk that, we get in and try to organize, and then somebody want to just, think they're going to get something for themselves. They run around, right? Spook who sat behind the door, you wouldn't see him, right? And so, I mean, we have to call that out for what it is ourselves. And we as pastors and leaders and community leaders have to be willing to call that out. Because, see, people call me a lot of things. I'm not worried about what someone calls me that I'm not. You can call me anything. I don't care what you call me. My job is not to please you. My job is to please God and represent his people. And so we got to stand for that as faith leaders. We got to collaborate together, not be worried about what somebody else gets out of it. You're not going to get something out of everything that you do.
That's right.
You're not supposed to. That's my sermon for the day.
Well, I said I wasn't going to say nothing, Reverend, but I do have to say something. You know you can't get me up here. I won't say something. I'm the president.
Preach, Dr.
That's right.
True president.
Pastor McCluster worked very close with me on the East Coast, Bridgeport, like he was talking. This man worked so hard with the mayors there. I know them all. He had me speaking all over the place. And he said, tell it like it is. And y'all know how I tell it like it is. The relationship that he has built with the elected officials is one that he just go direct to them in telling the truth. I don't see that in most leaders, not just pastors or preachers. Most leaders, they're looking for something for themselves.
That's right.
Now, I can say this. I've been going to Cleveland, Ohio. Pastor McCluster knows, Kevin knows. I've been going to Cleveland, Ohio for 2 years, every 2 or 3 weeks, work with our chapter, Reverend Cabinets. And he had me coming to Cleveland. And the reason I'm talking about this, someone brought up building stadiums. They're building one in Buffalo, billion plus. Stadiums. And you got Cleveland, Ohio, Sherwin-Williams, billion plus, world headquarters. They got a black mayor. I'm talking about the church now. Got a black mayor and a majority black city council. And had all of the preachers there with Reverend Cabinets. But they left Reverend Cabinets because Sherwin-Williams, for whatever reason, called a meeting. I don't know what went on in the meeting. But when I first went to Cleveland, all the preachers were there, all the pastors. And the mayor himself, when I was meeting with his cabinet, in Cleveland, Ohio, not Cleveland, Mississippi. Hello, somebody. Yeah. In Cleveland, Ohio. And I walked the street for this young man before he became mayor. I hope he's watching on that TV screen. And I worked for him because he had a serious opposition. As soon as he got in office, he stopped returning my call.
Wow.
These are your people that's supposed to be represented. Not all of them like that, but these are some of them. Even the preachers left. I got a saying that say, I don't fool with no scared Negro. Because a scared Negro get you killed. I will die for my people. I will die for my people. And God spared me for a reason. And we were talking about Dr. King, great organizer. But 40 to 50% of black folks was against Dr. King.
That's right. That's right.
Tell him he was kicked out of the National Baptist.
That's right. That's right.
Come on, let's tell the truth. They hated him.
Yep.
Because he was standing up for his people. Dr. King believed in redistribution of the wealth. How many of us willing to say that? America is guilty and America owes us. Talking about that 40 acres and a mule. I want my 40 acres, but guess what? They weren't going to give us the mule. They were going to let us rent the mule. They don't want to give us nothing. This is a racist society. Y'all don't have to say it. Ladies and gentlemen, they're not saying it. I'm saying it. America is racist, and America will have to pay one way or another. God bless you.
Dr.
Please, let me
Span,
jump in.
just one thing.
Okay.
We talked about these changes that are occurring in our neighborhood. But Barbara Sizemore, a woman right here in Washington, D.C.,
Wow.
has a document that she wrote about 25 years ago about the federal city council and what the federal city council was going to do in Washington, which is what you said. And if you look at that document, you'll see the churches are gone. The neighborhoods are gone. She wrote this some 25 years ago. We knew this was coming. Plans that are happening in our neighborhoods don't just happen overnight. There's a 20-year plan, there's a 30-year plan, and even beyond that. And there's a 50-year plan that's going on right now. And what is happening in our community didn't just happen overnight because somebody got in office. We might be glad that he got there because he unveiled a whole lot of stuff that we knew was there anyway. We don't want him to come back. He's already accomplished what needed to be accomplished in terms of unveiling the demons and the evil in our society. But we know this. We've been fighting about this parking situation in Washington for over 20-some years. This is not just happening. If we let this go by now, if we let it pass and continue to elect people who tell us that they're just like Satan with Jesus in the wilderness. If you do this, I'll give you this. If you do, and Jesus every time threw the word on him 3 times. We got to know what the word says, number one. And we've got to have that faith that our ancestors had when they came through that Atlantic slave trade and said, before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. And then we got to listen to what that prophet James Brown said. I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Open up the door and we can get it ourselves. We know how we built this country. So why can't we continue to rebuild it? Make America great again. What was great about it? Slavery? Come on.
So
Let me
like
pass in.
Pastor Edmonds has,
one more
you know,
comment.
is and the last thing for me. Pastor Edmonds has done some organizing. I'm coming from Connecticut to just sit at the table with some of the people he's gathering together. And I just want to challenge every preacher who watches this to find out what's going on in your area and be willing to come to the table to learn. Because I learned from him. I learned from Pastor Macklin. I learned from these preachers here. And just, if you think it's just your city, you're wrong. Well, they've got us separated thinking it's just happening here. But if we draw from that leadership that is here and in other places, and I challenge my president to help continue to bring us together to find these models like the ones that these brothers are doing here. These guys got one going. And so, like I said, tell your pastor, I dare you to tell your pastor, because if you're wrong, then you're wrong. But if you're right, he just convicted or she just convicted.
I want to follow up. These are all great points. And Dr. Bird said this is a team of all-stars that we do have here today. And I know people want to leave here with some tools. How does this translate to the pew? How do we move to get our congregations more involved? How do we mobilize our people to be involved in advocacy and public policy through our churches?
They're going to bring folks in. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Doc. No, you go ahead. No, you go right ahead. 2 seconds. I promise you. Bring folks in like me. Period. Period. I'll go anywhere in this world. Period. Thank you, Reverend. God bless you, Doc. Yeah. If you're doing housing, affordable housing, anybody in this room, we have $500,000 right now to help you with pre-development. We have a team that will work pro bono to see if you could do the kind of affordable housing in your city. Here in D.C., when they tried to build, when they talking about building a new baseball stadium, they wanted to give the owner $100 million. We said, we organized 35 pastors and said, if you're going to give him 100 million, you got to give the community 100 million. We were successful, and it grew to a $1 billion fund called the Neighborhood Investment Fund. If you can organize 35 to 40 pastors, churches in your city, and if they can deliver 2,000 people at any meeting, that's like about 40 churches, that's like about 50 people per church. You can stop anything going on in that city.
Shut it down.
You can stop. It don't take no, two can chase 1,000, 10,000, one can chase 1,000. But they got to come together. But if that's what we did here, and we've done in other cities, 35 to 40 pastors, churches, organized, that can produce 2,000 people, can stop anything in any city. Now, what they expect us to do is to go away. So they'll let us holler, moan, groan, hoop, all that stuff. And they say, let them do that for about 10 days. And they'll be gone. But when you organize, you're in for the whole fight. So I'll keep on going back to organization, because that's what it's going to take. It's going to take organization. And once again, I'll say it again. Anybody here who wants to do affordable housing, we can help you with your pre-development fund, $500,000. Anybody who wants to do a partnership with a Fortune 50 company like CVS Health, we can help you create a jobs ministry at your church, at your organization. We put pressure on these utility companies here in the DMV. We made Pepco create a $40 million black equity fund. And last year, 6 black businesses received between $500,000 to 1.5 million to expand their business in doing utility work. You just got to get busy. That's all. I have great faith in the black church, because Jesus said, upon this rock I build my church. We got to go up against hell, but what the hell? You know, all of us came out of hell, and some of us stirred up hell.
Watch out.
I ain't always been a preacher, and I'm sorry for some of the hell I stirred up. So that's why I got to try to make up.
Pastor Edmonds,
That sound
Pastor
like,
Edmonds
that sound like
and the
what
rest
we
of
used
this
to
panel.
sing. That sound like something off that Motown and Chi-Town that we used to sing back in the day. Let's stay together, baby.
panel, you all have to help me, and maybe other people in the room have to help me, because for 10 years in the county that I live in, I kept hearing openly and covertly, we don't want affordable housing because we don't want to become DC's Ward 9. And so the only way we've been able to get affordable housing is to be able to do it for seniors. But some of us got to live before we die. And so you all have to help me, because, you know, y'all got new knowledge. I got old school knowledge. Y'all got to help me, because you have the projects and the ability in the District of Columbia. We keep hearing, and everything keeps happening to kill anything that appears to be affordable.
So I call it mixed income housing.
Mixed
right?
use.
That has to be mixed income. You got to put that word in there because it's very difficult to fight against it, because it gives the And they even have models in some of the places outside. I remember early on, 14 years ago.
I'm sorry.
14 years ago, 15 years ago, Freddie Mac had a mixed income community out they built somewhere in Colombia. I can't remember where anymore. But they built the houses and they sold some of the houses at higher rates than they did the lower rates. That's just one model. But when you listen to what Pastor Edmonds is talking about, I mean, on the front line of innovative thought about how to make it happen. And maybe it does mean changing the name from affordable to mixed income, right? Because that means some rich folk get some. And it's funny because in that housing, different types of people are willing to move into that. Because if you're not willing to move into that, then you're going to keep going further out and further out and further out until you come back in and come back in, because we've given the inside away. That's some of that we've done. But I think that if we can look at these models, and if we can bring these models together, I stand on my commitment, my word before about what you heard Dr. Edmonds talk about things that some of you have never heard of before that are going on right now. And some of the pastors that are watching this, humble yourself and come to the table. Quit trying to be in charge of everything, because you're not going to be in charge, and you can't be in charge of everything. Every gift in its right place in the body of Christ makes it work. And a gift out of place is just an impediment to the body moving forward. So I'm not going to try to work outside the area of my giftedness. When I sing in the church, they call it the benediction. You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm not a singer. I cannot sing well. Amen. I make a joyful noise. So I got somebody that does that. There are those in the body of Christ that have these gifts like Macklin has and like these guys have that come on, let's get this pride thing is just too much. If we work together, what say we stand together, we fall apart. And there are people, and Dr. Steele has witnessed it. He helped stir it up when he came to Connecticut. And we worked with the mayors of 5 of our cities and with our senators and with 2 Congress people, not the black one, amen, that just came in, but the others that are willing to work if you put it to the table straight, if you're organized and you know what you're doing. And Dr. Steele is a businessman. You say he's and the last thing I'll say, and I promise I said that 3 times, so I get 3 closes. This is my last one. So in conclusion, the reason that black preachers have led over the years, you know why it is, because back when they used to march, really march, and they were beating them when they marching, like Andy Young, telling me the other day over at SCLC. He said he went down to St. Augustine and they hit him upside the head with a pole while he's trying to talk peace. Was that if you're marching on the waterworks and you work for Kroger, then the waterworks guy called the Kroger guy and say, "Yo, I see your nigga Bill down there marching. You better take care of that, huh? And you'd lose your job." The only job you couldn't take was the job of the black preacher, because the preacher belonged to the people. So brothers and sisters who are preaching, if you're going to keep your job and not have God take our jobs, we got to do what we need to do to stand up. That's what McMurrin did. That's what McCaleb did. That's what Perry did. That's what Edmonds does. That's what these guys do. And that's what I'm going to do. That's it.
One tool I'll add, and I appreciate all that you said, and what you said, my pastor, Perry Smith, the late Perry Smith, always said to me, and that is that the freest voice in our community is still that of the black preacher.
That's right.
The problem is, and I'm not throwing shade, y'all got to come back to church.
Let me drop that mic.
Other than on funerals.
Other than funerals. You got to come back to church. You got to engage. You got to bring your gifts and abilities. And what happened is we got educated. We got access to other opportunities. And we playing golf on Sunday. We're doing other things. We're having teas and boulets and all this other stuff. I ain't mad at you. I'm not mad at you. Do that. But don't forget the black church. She has done so much for us. And when we need her the most, when the black church needs us the most, we're too high society to come back home.
Come on, Doc.
That's a problem, and I love my people. Young, we have young, well-to-do African Americans who live in the District of Columbia, who make great salaries, who have a lot of gifts and abilities, and don't go to nobody's church.
My Lord.
They're not the time.
But when somebody gets shot,
Come on here.
when something happens to your cousin or somebody somewhere,
That's right.
I had a, probably shouldn't say this, but I had a lady, when you don't get your judgeship that you think you should have gotten, you go to the white church on Sunday.
Come on, Doc. Come on.
But you sitting in my study with tears in your eyes when you didn't get your judgeship. Pastor Bird, do you know anybody on the thing since you connected in the city? Well, baby, let me ask you a question. Now I'm gonna get bad like Dr. Steele. Go around there and talk to the canon and see. I'm just saying, we take the black preacher and the black church for granted. That we're all, you can always come back.
That's right.
But we need you to be, not just your money, we need you to be present. We need your
That's right.
intellectual capital. We need you as a resource. So we don't mind. I don't think anybody up here has a problem standing up, speaking truth to power because they've done it. These are not people that are new to the scene. They've been doing it for years. But we need your support just like we've supported you.
All right, we're almost at our time. And so,
You can't give these preachers unguarded mics, Dr. Toby.
that is duly noted. Yeah, we extended the panel because I think we kind of had that idea. I guess, folks want to leave empowered with some tools, and so I was going to ask another question, but you all are so knowledgeable and really engaged in the work. We can just go down the line. Just any final thoughts you want to impart?
Economics, politics, that's number one. Number two, law enforcement, we got to have all of that in our community. Number four, media. We got to control. We let the white media tell us
Everything.
who our leaders are.
That's right.
Hello? Who our leaders are. Guess what number five is? Education. Most folk would say education number one. No, education number five. Economics number one. If you control the economics, you control the politics. Politics is all about who's going to get the money. That's all politics is. So when you control the economic, after we vote, or before we vote, I should say, you give the candidate $20,000, $25,000, not no $100 that maybe you raise, because black elected officials, all elected officials, gonna follow the money. Whoever take care of that campaign, after the vote, they want to know who gave me the money. You can't get around economics, and we have not talked about that enough.
In my opinion, we are headed for a train wreck.
Wow.
I think and I'm supposed to be a prophet, but prophets don't just tell you that great things are going to happen and that we're going to make America great again.
Well, say that, Doc.
We are headed for a train wreck. I'm hoping that everybody begins to see it. A lot of our people don't even understand that, especially in the county that I live in, that thing is going to be determined in May. Okay? We think you're going to vote in November because, trying to get us out to vote twice is like getting us out to church twice a month. We're headed for a train wreck. And I don't want to say it publicly. I can't say it publicly because I got to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ. But if we allow it to happen, we get everything we deserve. If we allow the train wreck to happen, if we allow people to get into office, and now the courts are supporting it, so the courts are against us again. If we allow people to get back into office, and you could not even get a job at Kmart. I'm sorry, I'm aging myself.
What's Kmart?
Walmart. I'm sorry, Walmart now. you couldn't get a job with some of the things that has happened with some of these people, and it is obvious that we gonna get wrecked if we don't get out and vote, and I mean vote like we've never voted before.
I would add
In May.
I would add to my Bishop Macklin, for at least a third of our community, they're already in a wreck. And they are disconnected to every institution. They don't go to church. They don't go to school. They are hopeless. And that's why they have so much violence. And Dr. King said the only prophet this country has ever produced, violence is the language of the oppressed. And so we are in trouble, but every time they crucified us, we rose again. So I think I would just simply say this. These are all great folks up here. Here's my number, 202-550-5602, 202-550-5602. We don't believe in taxing the church. We believe, like the Bible say, go get the wealth from the wicked, those who got it.
It belongs to us.
So that's what we do. 202-550-5602. I'd be glad to talk with anybody. We will glad to talk to anybody. We're going to try to help you get to where God wants you to be.
Dr. Spann, one of the things that you said, that people want some takeaway. This is a takeaway that I want to share with you in terms of where we are, because our issues was religious organizations' impact on policy development and the role of the church in advocating for its communities. And what we need to do as churches and as religious leaders is we need to own our own theological perspectives that impact the politics. Politics is the art of compromise. And unless we can sit at the table with these politicians and bring our issues to the table, they're not doing a treatment plan for us. Nobody does a treatment plan for somebody who doesn't participate in their own plan. And we've got to go to these tables with a plan on how we want this economics to look in our community, how we share the wealth. We want to know how the development of these properties in our communities are going to be, the affordable housing properties. We need to be at the table to advocate, and we need to, yes, as Lionel has said, take these people into these meetings and stop allowing them to do what they do, because one of the things that they're doing in D.C., and I'm sure they're doing it all over the country, because many of our pastors in this area do not live in D.C. They live in Maryland for the majority of them. Ward 9 is what we call it. That's what we call Berryville, is Ward 9. And so they're beginning to ignore the churches. They're beginning to ignore the churches because the churches are closing exponentially in this area. And so we've got to be able to continue to advocate for the education. And that may be on the lowest on the totem pole, but we got entertainers out here with no high school diplomas, and they billionaires. I said something. And we've got to watch that. We've got to create these role models for our children that are real. Because what they are seeing is so unreal through this AI and this. You see all these beautiful people. Everybody ain't that cute now, but they got these AI pictures. Everybody look like they from somewhere else. Yeah. I asked somebody, sent me a picture. I said, "Who is this?" She talking about, "That's me." I say, "In what life?" Hallelujah. But I'm just saying the things that we need to do in terms of advocating, because in our community, while we are bivocational, Dr. Spann, a lot of people are not bivocational. A lawyer and a right. Pastor. But we've got to use whatever skills we have and bring those skills to the table and incorporate them into what we're doing, instead of worrying about how much money we're going to get paid for what we do or what we don't do. And if we go in there with a list of things that we need to do, the economic, the education, the housing, and if we don't pay attention to this mental illness that's happening in our communities, that's going to be our major downfall, because they're not taking care of us. You talk about this opioid abatement. It didn't become a problem until some people's children from the suburbs got engaged in it. Come on now, I'm just saying. And the same with the fentanyl. We didn't have the planes, the boats, the trains to bring all of this stuff into our communities, but it's in our community. How I get in our communities on? Where are these guns coming from?
And the
We talk
same
about
thing with the
crime.
guns.
The guns, where we get these guns from?
Until the wrong person's,
It's coming from them.
the wrong family gets shot.
It's coming from foreign countries, and we've got to look at
It's coming from America.
America letting it in. America is letting it in. America is manufacturing it. Our children are going into these gun stores and holding them up, but somebody opened the door to let them in. They couldn't get in unless somebody let them in.
So when do we become
those are
more
the things that
concerned
I
as a
think
nation about profits, whether it be cigarettes, marijuana? I could get a prescription to get marijuana. I can get a prescription. And I told them I'm going to walk out the pulpit while they're singing the hymn of preparation, smoke my prescription, and go right back up there and preach. And if it's not right for me, why is it acceptable? We keep accepting everything, and now all of a sudden they're talking about you're more prone to heart attacks and strokes. Why is it more important that guns, and all you do is ride down Route 66 and you see that big building, NRA. Why is it important for guns and drugs and everything else to be able to profit people, and we don't get a bit of it?
Destructive behavior.
It's systemic. I don't know, Doc. These brothers opening up these dispensaries. They getting something.
No. Oh, we only have a small share. We only got a small share of it. Because
it's a small share comparative, yes, sir.
Before we got the message, the dispensaries had already been assigned, and last time I checked, it's $250,000 to get one.
I was on the committee when they first gave out the dispensaries in D.C.
So you know.
Brother that's has a TV show. He's from here. His father was a firefighter in Baltimore. He had a TV show, but he applied for one. He didn't get it. You know who got it? The 30-year-old colonizers that are 30 and under got those dispensaries and became millionaires. And they knocked our pharmacists, unlicensed pharmacists, off the streets for what they're doing now. So I have a friend, and it's true. I have a friend that I went to college with in Atlanta. They stopped him for a roach in his car, and I'm not talking about a 20-legged roach. I'm talking about a joint roach. And he is still in jail to this day because of bad behavior. And he was in college. Now he should have been the first one they let out of jail for a roach.
So this whole idea of
we weren't about the 20-legged one. The other one made me.
The whole
20-legged roaches. What kind of place? That ain't Southeast. We don't even have 20-legged roaches in Southeast. I'm telling you.
Anacostia. Okay,
They might be
that's
big-legged,
what
but
you
they ain't
say,
20-legged.
Listen. You know, we need to hear some of our legal people. If we understood that decriminalization is not the same as legalization.
That's right.
And if we get a hold of that, you know, I come from the state that has the strongest qualified immunity bill in the United States of America. It wasn't put together by the majority legislatures. There's a guy named Gary Winfield who learned how to write legislation when he got elected as a state rep. He's now a state senator. When we went through that whole process, everybody stood against us on qualified immunity, but we stood together. And when we stood together, it meant something. And I think there's the three things I'd say is, first, we got to learn how to stand together. Whether it be the church has to learn how to stand together, so that we can, who say we agree on the same thing, which is Christ and which is God. And even those that believe in God in a different form than we do, they aren't our enemies. If God allows everyone to choose how they want to approach him, then who are we to tell somebody they can't approach him the way that they approach him? I believe in God. I believe in Jesus Christ. I'm not ashamed of the gospel, but God lets me choose. He lets everybody else choose, so let them choose. Choose you this day whom you will serve, right? All right, as for me and my house. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that, we've got to be willing to study the lessons and realize that, what we don't seem to realize is that it's not just here, it's everywhere. So these are systemic issues. And we're able to fight those systemic issues legally sometimes in particular areas or places successfully. If we do that where we can and then learn how to learn from those and then work together in our communities, then we can push back some of this that's come upon us, all right? And then the last thing is just a simple thing that I believe in. For every time I've gotten in trouble, every time I've made a mistake, and I've made many and gotten lots of trouble, wasn't always good trouble. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face, then thank you, preacher. And turn. All right. Well, I guess you really didn't seek it if you didn't turn, right? And turn from their wicked ways. Then will I hear from heaven, and will forgive their sin, and will heal their land. So to take the personal accountability to be willing to humble ourselves and pray and turn from the ways that we've practiced, then I believe God will give us favor. I don't believe it, I know He will. And so I think that we have to seek that. And it's not up to us to make somebody else seek it. You seek it for yourself.
Amen.
See what happens.
I think we had one comment from the,
As I listen to everyone. Tell us who you are, please. Oh, hi. My name is Endora Govan, and I'm the CEO of Color of Health. So I've been working with churches around the country to bring in revenue. Many of you, well, not many, all of you were forced to close for 18 months by the same governments who said, can you open up and serve food? Can you open up and do vaccinations? You didn't get a check for doing that. They wanted you to do it out of the kindness of your heart. So I'm working with churches right now to set up direct billable services reimbursed by Medicaid and Medicare. Whether you get a grant or not, it doesn't matter. You have enough people in your community who need elder care, who need after-school programs. Right now, for the first time ever, Medicaid is paying for GED classes. They're saying your health is equal to your job health. So if you don't have a GED, just that whole line. Anybody can set up a GED program and get reimbursed by Medicaid. Right now, Medicaid is paying for aftercare if you add music therapy or art therapy. They will send a bus to pick up the kids, to bring them to your church, and then take them home. If you look at how churches are underutilized right now, just because of the emptying out that happened during COVID. But if you take up all those church bands, you talk about unity, y'all now have a fleet that can do non-emergency medical transportation. And sometimes that's $60 to $100 one way to take someone to the doctor. You look at all those commercial kitchens in the church, you can do home delivered meals, and all of these are government contracts. I know a lot of churches are scared to do business with the government, but it's definitely a way out. And Pastor Bird, who already works with the Office of Aging, and you're talking millions per church, regardless of the size of the church. So those are some things we do in consulting. I just thought I would throw it out for any of the pastors.
You didn't throw out no numbers.
Dr. Bird.
Oh, okay.
I was waiting for you to throw that out.
Okay, my name's Endora Govan. You can reach me. You can text me your information. or reach out to Keevan for those of you who didn't get the
Your email.
endurag@gmail, endurag@gmail.com.
I want to just offer faithcdc.org. faithcdc.org. We practice what Sister Endura is preaching in Connecticut. We have partnerships with our health agencies, and we did not close. 2 Sundays we did not worship during COVID because I listened to a guy named Haywood Robinson who said, man, I'm thinking about doing drive-in church. And so we worshiped in the parking lot, and then God favored us, and we worshiped in the parking lot of the largest theater secondarily in southern Connecticut. And then through the grace of God, one day it was raining and we couldn't worship out there because our equipment was out. The guy said, come inside. He didn't know I'd been praying for 5 weeks saying, Lord, what are we going to do when it gets cold? So I said, can we come inside when it's cold? He said, oh yeah, sure, come on inside when it's cold. So for the cost of $200, which is less than what it costs to open our shop every Sunday, we worshiped every Sunday except for those 2 Sundays, one when it rained and one when we thought it was going to rain. But faithcdc.org and faithandresults.com. Faithandresults.com. Intentional name, faithandresults.com. On Faith CDC, there's a QR code. If you want to talk to us or any of our people, you can just hit the QR code and let them know you're trying to talk to us.
Oh, yes.
I had one question, because I noticed that at least a couple of the panelists mentioned it. I know that Pastor Edmund spoke of an initiative that he wanted to do with affordable housing. I guess my question is, how do you all plan to thread that needle? Like, what is considered affordable in this area? I mean, it's one thing to build it, but then there's another thing that you have to go on and take on the responsibility of maintaining it.
The state. Every state has a specific income level that matches with affordable, right, guys?
Dr. Morning.
What they deem is affordable.
Right.
But it's not affordable.
You live in Prince George's County? I live in Prince George's County.
But there's supposed to be a law also that, like Montgomery County has, when they build these developments, 20% is supposed to go to low income.
Usually affordable housing means 60 to 65% of the average median income of a zip code.
Right.
So-
And that number changes
so
on a regular
in-
basis.
in one zip code, the average median income, like from around here, this little area right here, Ward 2, the median income might be $500.
That's
So
right.
it's not necessarily affordable, it's based on that calculation.
They're
And what you call it is important.
Right.
Because if you're building up your capital stack to get it, if you call it affordable, you get access to this pot of money. If you don't call it affordable, you don't get this. If you call it mixed income, you get access to this. Yeah, all of those things, and particularly when you're dealing with seniors, what you call it in terms of senior housing depends on what batches of money that you can pull from to build your capital, so you can do your project. So the title of it does matter, not just for the government side, but where my church is in Ward 4. The residents in where my church is, do not want to hear affordable housing in it. So I have to see if I can qualify, and you're talking about threading the needle. That's why I dropped affordable. I took it off of everything we had printed, and we call it quality senior housing. I can't call it luxury senior housing, because then that's going to cut me off from a whole lot of money. But they haven't caught up with quality yet.
Or you could say workforce housing.
Oh, you can say workforce housing. I don't know if you can do that for seniors,
Yeah,
though.
you can do it in Prince George's County.
Okay, this,
There's so many. You got to build your cash up so you can build a property, and what you call it determines what you have access to. The experts are here.
I hate to have to jump in. We do have a reception next door. You can continue this conversation and talk with these great leaders. Can we just give them a round of applause? Weren't you blessed today? Many of you I consider friends. I'm indebted to you. Thank you for coming out. And please make sure that you hit the reception next door. All right. God bless.
And look, she had no, it's off. She had no problem.
Ain't nothing but a word. Yeah, let's take pictures.